Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here to the Launchpad and our live coverage of Solar Eclipse 2024, beginning now to pass over the entire main continent of the United States. If it's your first time here, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad, and here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together. Take a moment, let us know in the chat where you are watching from. We are standing by awaiting for the telescope feeds to be brought online, giving us a live view from across the country of today's solar eclipse. And if it's your first time here, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you are watching from. You are now looking at a live view from Kerrville, Texas, as NASA, the United States, and the Launchpad begin our live commentary coverage of the 2024 solar eclipse. If you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we will work on answering those live to the best of our ability throughout today's stream. If you haven't yet, take a moment, also go and engage that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us as we continue to monitor weather conditions across the country as the solar eclipse begins to occur across the United States. We will be listening in to NASA's live commentary coverage and their experts, but we want to see what the eclipse looks like from where you are. If you are in a place and are able to safely take a picture, take one of those photos, tag us on social media at the Launchpad or at TLPN_official, or send it to us over on the Discord, which you can get the link in the chat or the description below, and we'll see if we can bring up some of those feeds throughout today's stream. A total solar eclipse, the last one that's going to happen for the next 20 years, is preparing to occur across the United States. A reminder, do not look at the sun directly during this time unless you are in the moment of full totality. That is the only time it is safe to do so. It is actually more dangerous today to look at the sun during a partial eclipse due to just how the lighting will affect your eyes. So please do make sure you're careful. If you're out at one of the viewing events, have an incredible time. Soak this in. Some places going up to over 4.5 minutes of totality. A very long solar eclipse happening here today. Lots of people tuning in from absolutely all over the world in the chat. I see Stephanie in Canada. Viola is in Las Vegas. I see Houston, Texas. I see Portland, Oregon. I see Canada. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from, and let's listen in to NASA Mission Control as we count down to watching the solar eclipse sweep across the United States.
It's fun crowd here.
Yeah, we've been watching the crowd build all morning, and you can really feel the excitement starting to come now.
Yeah, absolutely. The watch item, of course, is the weather. Beautiful right now here in Cleveland.
It's perfect right now.
It's perfect, yes.
We woke up to rain and it cleared, but I don't know what we're going to get this afternoon.
Yeah, Sarah, you said that with a little bit of trepidation, and that's because it looks like there might be some cloud cover around the time of the total solar eclipse here, totality, but we'll see. All right, so on your screen now is the first look at the eclipse from Mazatlan, Mexico, one of the first communities the moon's shadow will darken today. Right now, you see we're seeing a partial eclipse of the sun right now, but if you look at the upper left-hand corner of your screen, we're expecting totality there in about an hour and 4 minutes. And we want to thank our team of telescope operators spread out across North America. Because of them, we will always have a view of the sun during this entire broadcast, which is really awesome.
All the way from Mazatlan up to Maine.
Yeah, a very large swath, and we have it covered the whole way through. Now, if you scan your QR code that you see on the screen here, it'll take you to a live stream dedicated to just those telescope views, and it'll also take you to a Spanish broadcast of today's eclipse, and that starts at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And Sarah, as you know this, all of the telescopes used for this broadcast have special filters on them, and those protect the operator's equipment and also the operators themselves, because if you view the eclipse without the proper protection, then it can severely damage your eyes.
Yeah, that's right. We want everyone to enjoy the eclipse today, but we want them to do it safely.
Right. So how do you do that safely? Well, you should be shielding your eyes with eclipse glasses like these. Hopefully you bought them from a reputable source and that they have a special rating on them, and this rating means that the lenses meet international standards to protect your eyes from the sun's bright light. But Sarah, you can remove the glasses during totality.
That's
correct?
right. If you're lucky to be in the path of totality, you can, for those, that short amount of time that you're in 100% totality. 99% totality doesn't cut it.
Right, exactly. 100%, nothing less. Now, if you don't have eclipse glasses, you can enjoy it indirectly with tools like pinhole projectors. And if you want to make one with us live in about 30 minutes, just grab a sturdy piece of paper or cardboard and a thumbtack or other sharp pin. I'm going to use my NASA pin for when we make it. All right, so Sarah, what are we expecting today? What is a total solar eclipse?
So total solar eclipse happens when the Earth, the moon, and the sun are so perfectly aligned that the moon completely blacks out our view of the sun.
And does that happen often?
You know, actually, somewhere in the world, there's an eclipse about every 18 months or so, but like in any particular place, it's a pretty rare event.
Yeah, I mean, specifically here in Cleveland, the last time Cleveland had a total solar eclipse, get this, 1806.
Wow, that's remarkable.
So quite a long time ago.
Yeah.
Once in a lifetime.
Much love all. I hope you're all having a good day. We got this up. Hopefully, this will show us whether or not it's the end of times. Oh no! Look at guys. It is being covered. Oh my goodness, the end is here. Right sizer, the cool dimension is coming to save us. I'm gonna go outside and see what I can see. Maybe I'll pop up a camera. Be right back.
So this is all I see on my end, ladies and gentlemen. No sound. Okay, 1 second. I'll go fix that. But this is all we see over here. That's where the sun is, right there. But you can't see it. But we have all that opening coming, so we'll see that soon and we'll pop back in.
So talk to us. Today's total solar eclipse, it's going to look very different from what we saw 7 years ago, right?
It is, right. The sun is going to look, the solar corona is going to look very cool today. It's going to look cooler than it did last time. And I mean cool in the sense of wow.
Oh, sound should be
Not
back
cold.
now, guys.
Not cold, because the solar corona is like 1,000,000 degrees. But compared to last time, was close to the solar minimum, the minimum amount of magnetic activity
Sure.
on the sun. There's this 11-year or so cycle, and 2017 was closer to minimum, and 2024, April 2024 is pretty much close right to the maximum of that. So we're going to see the maximum amount of dynamism, of activity, and it's going to look, you'll see rays shooting out.
And does that increased activity mean that we have a chance for new discoveries today and increased science?
Sure. So in addition to the science that will be done because of the eclipse, just greater activity levels means that we have more chance to see what the sun is going to do, increased radiation levels, increased activity, eruptions that will affect the Earth. Things that.
So how does that affect the Earth, and how do we study those effects? What do we have, the tools, the assets to study those effects?
Sure. So we call the whole general thing space weather, so we get increased radiation or what we call coronal mass ejections, chunks of the sun that blow off and hit the Earth. And those affect things like power grids and radio communications and GPS satellites, all of which are everyday real implications for that thing that's 93 million miles away.
And how do you feel? You know, you're a heliophysicist. This is kind of like your Super Bowl.
Pretty much, yeah. You are not the first person to say that to me today.
and are we right?
Pretty much, yes. I mean, this is it. I mean, 7 years, and I like to say there's the diving, trying to reach the goal line from the Super Bowl, what, 15, 20 years ago, that was like, totality, not totality, and yeah, today is it. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we will have a whole bunch of fun here.
Yeah, again, eclipses are a unique opportunity to really study the sun and how it affects us. So I know that, again, your fellow heliophysicists and really across the disciplines of science, I know that
Chris is outside at the moment washing his truck, guys.
It is, yes.
Thank you, Bob. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
All right, it's time now to check in with our first team along the path of totality. Here is Tahira Allen in Kerrville, Texas, a city so lucky it gets a solar eclipse twice in a single year.
Thanks, Megan, and welcome to Kerrville, Texas. I'm Tahira Allen with NASA Communications.
And I'm Gina DiBraccio, the Deputy Director of Heliophysics at NASA Goddard.
We're live from the Kerrville Eclipse Festival, where tens of thousands are gathering to witness the second solar eclipse that has passed through this town in just 6 months. Now, this is incredibly rare, and people have traveled from all over the world to share in this spectacular moment right here at the crossroads of the eclipse. Now, Gina, we were lucky enough to be here last year.
Much love, everybody. Let's see, what do you think? Is today the end of times or what?
Spectacular experience, but I'm already feeling even more energy.
What are we going on, dude? What are we going to see? Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Celebration in store. You know, the town
What's going on, Nick?
Turned out for this event. This
How you doing, bro?
From the mayor, and we are surrounded with food and shopping and different activities. I think I saw the
So this is in
Texas
Junction,
Astronomy Club here,
Texas.
giving out free telescope viewings. So it's
Showing the view
really,
from
really
there,
special
ladies and
moment for people
gentlemen.
to come
Enjoy.
together and enjoy this celestial event.
It's right to hear it. And you know, we had some cloud coverage today. It's looking to be pretty
it's
good,
going back and
though.
forth. So,
It's a
you
little
know,
tease,
fingers
but
crossed.
regardless of how this turns out,
It does kind of
we
look like an
have
eyeball,
music
doesn't
and
it?
dancing afterwards, so it's going to be a good day.
Waiting for the
Absolutely. You know,
crazies to
it's
come
the
out.
Total solar eclipse, and
Awesome.
so last year was incredible with the annular. Folks, if this is your first total solar eclipse, let us know in the comments wherever you're watching. We'd love to hear it. So this is also a good time to remind everyone that it is not safe to look directly at the sun without specialized eye protection for solar viewing. Now that is except during the brief phase where the moon is completely covering the sun, and that will only be for those in the path of totality. Now, we have a special guest that you might recognize popping in to share some important tips to make sure you stay safe during today's events.
Hi, Eclipse enthusiasts. Lance Bass here, and I want to tell you how to protect those eyes and stay safe during a solar eclipse. During these celestial events, the sun, earth, and moon are in sync, creating solar eclipses. You can look to
That looks too much like Pac-Man right now, guys. That doesn't look real. It looks like Pac-Man. But this is NASA's camera. Pac-Man's coming for you guys.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, or maybe good evening or morning, depending where you're joining us from. You are looking at a live view
Don't
from
forget to go
Mexico
buy
as the
your
total solar
brainwash
eclipse is now beginning its journey
sunglasses, ladies and
across
gentlemen,
North
because our
America. If
regular
you are just joining us,
UV
take a moment, let
protective
us know
sunglasses
in the
won't do the
chat where you're
job, so we
watching
need to
from. I
go
know
and
we see
buy
people tuning in from
$5
absolutely all over the
plastic
world, and
glasses
we're glad to
instead.
see you all here today. If you haven't yet taken a moment to
Ladies
hit the
and
like button, share out the stream, invite
gentlemen,
people to
is
join us
today the end
as
of the
we
day?
continue to monitor the weather conditions and the views coming in from across the United States over the next few hours. Shout out to Camping Canada watching in BC. Great to see you here. I know we saw Florida,
Right,
we saw
Sizer?
Texas, we saw specifically Houston and Starbase. We saw Arkansas.
Right,
We've got our
right,
TOP
Marvin?
crew scattered
Pac-Man.
across the United
Pac-Man's
States, so
coming
make
for
sure
you.
that you're staying tuned to our social media to see what they
We'll see what
captured
happens
today, as
when the
well as over
clouds
on the
come away,
Launchpad
because
shop.
we've
If you
almost got
haven't
a
yet,
clear
also take a
patch.
quick moment and head over to the store to pick up one of our limited edition
We're almost
commemorative
getting to the
shirts for
point
today's solar
where
eclipse. Those are only available for a very short time following
we
today,
should be able to
and
see
global
it
shipping
soon.
is available. We're going to
Once we
listen
can,
back
I'll
in
pop my
to
phone up.
NASA Mission Control as we continue to monitor the solar eclipse and count down to the first of 3 launches NASA will be launching into the solar eclipse from Wallops in Virginia. So stay with us and let's listen back into NASA.
Taking some of those questions live on today's show. Now, speaking about taking questions live, Gina, we actually had some kids send in videos before today's show.
Oh, nice.
So let's roll one of those right now.
My name is Jonathan. My question is, will NASA do any experiments during the solar eclipse? Thank you.
Oh, great question, Jonathan. Now, we have a bunch of different experiments that will take place during the eclipse today. So first, we're trying to study the solar corona. So we have NASA's WB-57 high-altitude research jet flying across the path of totality, taking pictures of that upper atmosphere of the sun, that corona, so that we can learn its composition, why it gets to be heated to extreme temperatures. But we also care about the eclipse's impact on Earth and the upper atmosphere. So we're launching 3 sounding rockets up into the atmosphere before, during, and after peak eclipse.
Oh yeah, it's all
so we can
happening,
study
Nick.
how
It's
the
all happening. Don't
atmosphere
worry.
is changing as well.
Simpsons
So,
only
we're
predicted
studying
all
it
of
with a
this.
plane, we're studying it with rockets.
Exactly.
Any other way?
You know, we
Sounds
have
good, Ann.
balloons, science balloons
The
that
moon
go
will
in too, and
explode
we
from
also
the
have
heat.
different ways that the public will be able to get
Oh no,
involved
I'll have
in
to
these
go inside and
experiments too.
hide.
Thanks,
Oh
Sharon. I
no!
actually have a great follow-up
Oh
question. This is from Lisa on
no!
Facebook, who wants to know more about the sounding rockets. So they
What?
ask,
Nothing.
why is NASA shooting rockets into the...
Because people say I gotta go run inside and hide. Pac-Man, end of times, keeping your eyeballs safe. Have a fabulous day. Much love. Much love, Amber. We're just trying to show how fake the world is even more, you know. Expose it all. Might as well. I know it's not much to see, but it's still exposing. Look at it. I'm not joking. I'm not joking, guys. Look at this right here. That is fucking Pac-Man. The only thing you're missing is his eye right here. Chomp, 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 chomp. Woo, let's go, Pac-Man. You want to see my protection? Look at it. I'll show you guys my protection. I do this? Solo layout. Look at it. See, this is sunglasses. Look at that protection. You can't see shit. You can't get my eyes. Frig no. Sounds good, Ann. I will check it out in a few minutes. My phone just died, unfortunately, so. Hope you didn't buy your glasses from eBay, bro. Oh, heck no.
And if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view from Kerrville, Texas, where the moon has begun its journey to cover the
Predicted
sun.
to
And
sink.
Kerrville will
Oh, yeah,
experience
Nick, the...
totality here
Oh,
in
Nick, I'm gonna... Hold
about
on.
an
I got...
hour or so.
Oh, I
You'll
want to
watch
see
it
if I can
and
find this
monitoring as the moon
video.
begins to take that bite out. But we want to know where you're
Here, hold
watching
on.
from. Let us know in the chat. But also, if you want to have a chance to be popped up on the screen in that bottom left corner, we want to see
So,
where you're
I just
watching
seen a
from.
video
Send us
today
those
of, like,
videos
rivers,
right in
lakes,
via
all that
stream link,
shit
or you're
opening
watching
up
from
in,
anywhere around the world. You can send us
deserts.
those at
Thousands of fish coming with the water and stuff like that. The earth is, like,
Twitter
opening
at
up or something like that, so...
TOTM_official, or you can
Look
send
at,
it
they're
to us
showing the
in our
beginning of
Discord.
Pac-Man
But
again.
we want to see your watch parties. Invite your
They
friends.
zoomed out
Gather
again.
together with a photo. Take it safely with the sun, and we'll
I
be
wanted
giving
to
you
get some
shout
footage
outs today. Also,
today,
if you capture
but
photos throughout the
cloudy
day, we'll
skies,
respond
right?
those
And look how
as well.
flippin' clear it was yesterday and the day before. Like, come on, people.
Taking off from Wallop
Come
to
on.
study the
We all
solar
know it's a
eclipse.
hoax,
These moon
guys. We all
launches
know
are currently in their
nothing's gonna
simultaneous countdown,
happen.
and NASA will work to hopefully be able to get all three off the
NASA's
ground.
live views
One will
are
be launching
never
prior to
live, right?
totality. One will be
We all
launching
know
at
it. We all know it.
80% coverage because that's the peak that
How
Wallops
many
hit,
people does it
and
say
the
that
other
they have
when the
live?
sun is starting to fully reemerge. As
I
always, if you
can't
guys have
see right
questions, you
now.
can also
Exit
send
full
those in the chat
screen.
by tagging us
28,000
at the
watching their
Launchpad, and we'll
live.
work on answering those live to the best of our ability throughout today's stream as well. Tons
Do I
of
need to
people tuning
sharpen my
in
axes?
that we'll
Yeah, so we
see.
can access those taxes.
Robert is from
Yeses.
Missouri. We got Jesse in Colorado.
Made in
Leora is
China.
in Toronto.
You get what you
We got
deserve.
Tanzania. We got Almond in Brooklyn. I see Sherlanka,
Marvin Wilson
Alaska,
sent out a
Corner
couple life
Brown,
preservers for you.
Indianapolis, more Toronto, Puerto
Now
Rico,
listen.
Jamaica,
That's awesome.
California.
But
Great to see
listen,
you all
I
tuning
don't
in
think
and
anything's gonna
joining us
happen
here
today. Yes, I
and
think by
watching the solar
September we're gonna
eclipse.
see
We're going to
wars and
continue to
stuff
keep sending in
happening.
those
We
questions
already
in the
are.
chat
We're already
thread,
seeing this and
and let's
that.
get back
But
into NASA.
we're not gonna see anything happening till like at least September. So whatever's happening now, it's not gonna happen today, guys. But if you guys want to go on, if we all want to go in Alberta now, the sun is still very bright, right? Do you have any? Are you getting covered? CERN will create a portal to the dimension where Trudeau doesn't exist. Ha! Well, yeah, CERN's firing up the particle accelerator today, right? Just like all of in the movies and the superheroes and blah 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 blah, and yep. So they're what? They're firing up the particle accelerator today in the America, in the U.S. of A. I already only pay sales tax. Another October surprise? You never know. I know I know that there's shit coming in September, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Yeah, and NASA's launching 3 rockets today, right there. 1, 2, 3. 1 hour 15 minutes, 1 hour 55 minutes, and 2 hours and 40 minutes from now. It says it all right here. Look at it, it's Pac-Man. Right?
So, of course, you need to have solar protection. You need to have solar safe glasses.
They will fire it when there is a total eclipse. It's in France. Yeah.
But you can also use indirect
Yeah.
like a pinhole protector box, or you can use
9, 11 times a million? More like 9, 11 times 925 million?
You'll see little crescent shapes. As the eclipse
NASA doesn't want the portal to open. They will try to blow up the moon.
Seriously. So, Gina, didn't you say you could also use your hands?
Well, yeah, because of our firmament, we'd have to leave through a portal, not, we wouldn't be able to go through the firmament, right?
You gave me a little reveal of your shirt, and it is too perfect for today's show.
So,
Could you give our viewers a little taste?
ladies and gentlemen, this is the live coverage. The Savior is coming.
Love it.
It is time to repent, ladies and gentlemen. Why in the picture is the sun spinning with cloud coverage scene? Right?
We have correspondents all along this path who are going to bring you live into the action as it happens. First up, let's check in with Joy Ung in Dallas, Texas.
But if the earth is flat, how come we haven't all fallen off the edge yet?
I'm Joy Ung, and as you can see behind me, we have a lot of people.
Why are there no stars on footage from space, right? Where's the stars? Where's the lights around it? Where's, I told you, it's Pac-Man. Pac-Man, look at it shaking. Look at it shaking. Oh.
I'm here with NASA scientist Dr. Ashley Greeley. Thank you so much for joining us. Hi, Joy. Thanks for having me. So firstly, how are you feeling about today?
Hi, honey. How you doing tonight? Today, sorry, this afternoon.
Fingers crossed.
The universe is flat. Hey, there's one.
Different from the 2017 eclipse.
There's something.
More structures in the sun's outer atmosphere. So Ashley, can you tell me why is that different?
So I'm just trying to look outside. It looks like the sun's out right now, so let's go see, guys. Let's go see.
That last roughly 11 years, and those are periods where the sun is less active and periods where the sun is more active. We're entering a time of solar maximum, which is really exciting because that means that the sun is more active. Its magnetic fields are more dynamic. We may see features here, such as streamers, which looks like little spiky wisps in the sun's atmosphere, which we call the corona, and then little prominences, which look like little pink arcs on the surface of the sun. Yeah, we're really excited to see this, and we hope that we'll see some really interesting features. There may be a little bit of asymmetry as well in the magnetic fields, and I don't know.
There's the sun, guys.
In about an hour. So the sun is changing. So do those changes affect life on Earth at all? Sure, yes. The sun does affect life here on Earth. We have a term that we call space weather, which applies to the field of study of everything from the sun to the Earth and in between, and how that affects life here. We are fortunate that on Earth, we are protected from things coming from the sun by our magnetic fields, which shield us from those explosions that come from the surface of the sun that we talked about. And those can result in really fun occurrences, such as the aurora. There can be some negative side effects, but those are mostly limited to things that are outside our magnetic fields. The storms from the sun can interfere with satellites, and it's something we really have to think about as scientists as we start to plan for putting humans on the surface of the moon or potentially sending them to Mars. Those energetic particles that result from the sun can impact humans, so that's just something that we have to learn about and take into account. So the sun is always there, of course, but why are eclipses a good time to study these effects called space weather? Yeah, eclipses are a really cool time for scientists to be able to study the sun. It's really hard to completely cover the disk of the sun in order to study the sun's atmosphere, especially that inner part of the atmosphere. We're really fortunate that here on Earth, our moon is just the right size and just the right distance from Earth that it can completely block out the sun's disk during total solar eclipses. So we're really able to observe that inner atmosphere in a way that we can't normally. So this event is really exciting for both scientists and the public alike, and that's just such a cool experience to share together. Thank you so much, Ashley. So if you're lucky enough to be in the path of totality, keep an eye out for that sun's outer atmosphere, the corona, and you'll know that you see these spiky features, and it's because the sun is heading towards its most active phase. So for now, let's head to our friends in Russellville, Arkansas. Jasmine, how are things looking on your side?
Joy, things are looking absolutely fabulous in a very sunny downtown Russellville, Arkansas. As she said, I'm NASA's Jasmine Hopkins, and I'm coming to you live from the Depot District, where the city is throwing a massive block party, all in celebration of the total solar eclipse. Now, people in Arkansas have great reason to celebrate because this is only the second total solar eclipse visible from the state since it was first established in 1836. And the next one visible from here won't happen for another 2 decades. So people around me are gearing up for what feels like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, it's not just the residents of Russellville that are excited. On average, the city has about 29,000 residents, but for the past 8 months, they've been preparing to receive upwards of 100,000 tourists right here in the city. Now, of course, NASA has been a big part of that preparation. So to show you what we've been doing to help, I have a video here to show you. So we have been talking to the next generation of space explorers right here in Arkansas. We started off at Arkansas Technical University, and then we moved on to Russellville City Schools, where we spoke to hundreds of students all the way from 8th grade to 12th grade about this total solar eclipse. We had NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center, the Arkansas Air National Guard, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, and even the Paris Observatory joining us all the way from France. Now, during that moment of totality, Arkansas will experience from 94 to 100% obscurity from the sun, and we'll have 4 minutes and 12 seconds to really soak in that fantastic cosmic event. Now, until that moment, of course, we are telling the residents to stay safe, keep those solar eclipse glasses on. But now let's go from Arkansas to Illinois with Blair Allen. How are things looking for you?
Jasmine, we're super excited here because crowds are filing into the stadium, but the main story here is the weather. Everything looks absolutely good and clear for totality today. We're very excited. We're just hoping, just like 2017, a little cloud doesn't come in and obscure things. But I tell you what, there's been a total solar eclipse here in 2017. Observation did not stop at SIU. Joining us now are two SIU students who actually did some observing. This is Callie and Paige. Now, Callie, I know that you guys went to Australia in 2023 and you observed the totality using an interesting technique. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so when we were in Australia, we used a sun funnel to view it, and what it does is it projects basically what the telescope is seeing onto a film. And so a sun funnel is just basically a funnel with two hose clamps and rear projection film, and it just projects the sun, and we actually captured a picture of totality as that eclipse was happening.
And it's pretty cool because it allows other people, instead of having to go through the eyepiece, you get to see it. Pretty impressive. Now, Paige, you guys are going to do some observation today. What are you set up for here in Carbondale today?
Yes, so we have two telescopes set up with the sun funnels for viewing for a select view of the public, and right now we're pointed at the sun and we're excited to see totality.
Now, what are your odds on good weather?
It's looking pretty good. I'm excited.
Isn't that great? I'm so excited. I tell you what, one final question, because I know you're experts with solar safety, but Team Earth, Sun, or Moon?
We're both Team Moon.
Team Moon, Team Sun. I tell you, that's the best you're going to get, but we're all pro Eclipse. Back to you, Tahira.
Let's go Team Moon. So, as you can see, folks, we've got a lot of exciting things in store all across this country, and that was only half of it. You're going to meet three more of our locations later on in the show. Now, Gina, we've got a ton of questions coming in online right now from our viewers.
Yep.
How do you feel about some Q&A?
Let's answer some.
Okay, perfect. Let's do it. So our first question is from Fair Cerritos on Instagram, who wants to know, how can I help NASA?
You can help NASA by participating in the eclipse. If you can see it today, go outside, enjoy the moment, or download the Globe Observer app. You can do that right now before the eclipse crosses your path. You need a thermometer, and you just record the local temperatures and the cloud coverage.
Fantastic. Globe Observer app. So thank you so much, Gina, and thank you to everybody sending in those questions. We'll take some more later on throughout the show. For now, let's check back in with Megan and Sarah.
Who thinks my camera's gonna get fried?
Out of this world surprise.
Yes, quite literally that, Tahira, because we have a special treat for our viewers right now, joining us live in space, 250 miles above the Earth in the International Space Station. Everyone, please help us welcome NASA astronauts Jeanette Epps and Mike Barrett. Sarah, you've been waiting.
I'm so excited.
For this.
Oh, there they are.
Hello, everyone. Oh, Jeanette, Mike, thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to join you guys, and I hope everybody appreciates NASA scheduling this eclipse to bring the world together.
Yes, thank you so much to NASA, and thank you so much for joining us. Now, you guys will have 3 opportunities to view the moon's shadow over North America, and that last pass will give you guys the best views. And we hope to also share those live views with everyone here on this broadcast around 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, Jeanette, I have 2 questions for you. Are you looking forward to being one of the few people seeing today's total solar eclipse from space? And 2, I know your crew member Matt Dominic will use a camera with a solar filter to photograph the sun being eclipsed by the moon. Will you also be taking photos of the celestial alignment?
I'm definitely taking pictures of the solar alignment. I think we're very fortunate to be here at this special vantage point to see such a special event at this time. So I'm definitely excited.
What about you, Mike? What's going through your mind as you're preparing to see such an awe-inspiring event?
Well, admittedly, I'm a bit of an eclipse junkie.
Did anybody else just notice that my screen totally just went black there for a second and glitched out?
A few since then.
Because that was weird.
2017 eclipse, I was on a chartered aircraft several hundred miles off the coast of Oregon watching it, and I got a strange bucket list, and this is one of the things that's on it, to actually watch an eclipse shadow cross the Earth from space. So I'm ecstatic to see this box gets checked and just to see this amazing thing from up here.
Yeah, the fact that that was actually a box on your list is pretty amazing. And then now it's getting checked. So, for those wondering, this is what the moon's shadow will look like to Jeanette and Mike. We're going to show you video taken from the space station of the total solar eclipse in 2017. And you can clearly see the shadow moving across the top of your screen there from left to right. We actually sped up the video so you can see more of that transit. This would look a lot slower to them, but really cool. Jeanette, eclipses give us a unique opportunity to study the sun and how it affects the Earth. Can you tell us about the atmospheric waves experiment attached to the outside of the space station right now?
Sure. We have an atmospheric wave experiment that's going on now, and what it looks at are these atmospheric gravity waves. And these waves transport energy and momentum up through the climate system. So with the imager on the atomic wave experiment, we're going to look at how these atmospheric gravity waves impact our Earth's climate, how it can impact our space and global and all of our comms, how it can affect our navigation.
I don't know. I don't know.
For the next 2 years, researchers
We're supposed to get total coverage here, but I don't think it's started here yet. What time is it? Oh, yeah, okay. We don't start seeing coverage here in Canada until like after 2. What? Yeah, I was getting to that.
The atmospheric waves experiment can happen.
Thank you. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, 250 or 240, I think it said we will see it. So on our end, we're not going to see it yet. We're just going to see a bright sun. I bet by the time all those clouds get back, then we'll probably see it then. When we can't see it.
We end up being basically the eyes, the hands, the on-site presence to conduct that science. And we get to be the first to see results of just amazing things that are years in the making by a bunch of really smart, ambitious scientific teams on the ground. So that's really where the joy is. Maintaining the station is just like maintaining a research ship, something I actually quite like. So I feel very much at home in that role.
It's still blowing my mind. I mean, we're here in Cleveland, Ohio, live. You guys are up in space in the International Space Station. I can't believe the opportunity that has been afforded to us, and I hope our viewers really enjoyed this time with you. And I hope you enjoy the show from up there. All right.
We have, but we do want to close by saying, first of all, we really enjoy being here, but everybody stay safe. And use the simple means to protect your eyes as you look at the eclipse, as Jeanette and I are modeling here, which makes us blind as a bat on the inside, but solar protected on the outside. So we encourage everyone to do the same.
Really great advice from both of them. Thank you so much. Sarah and I have our glasses.
Yeah, same here, Marvin. We still got full view, as you can see.
We don't do this.
I'll probably take my phone away for a while there, pop the full thing back up there, and then throw it back up in a bit just so I can charge my phone for a while. But now we know we got a good spot for my phone to sit, so it will be back up there.
Hi, my name is Adrian. My question is, why will we not see a total eclipse in California? Thank you.
That's a great question, Adrian. So we only a precious few today are going to get to see a total eclipse because the moon is so much smaller than the Earth. It only casts a very narrow shadow. But still, even in California, you're going to get to see a partial eclipse, and that is still a really cool event. So I do encourage you to get out there.
Waco, Texas again. People look very, very comfortable in their camping chairs and spread out on picnic blankets.
They look like they're having a good time.
Yeah.
A few clouds.
A few clouds, but again, they have some time there before. Kennedy Space Center, they will see a partial eclipse. We have some people walking around the Rocket Garden.
Oh, it looks like they have beautiful weather there.
California Academy of Sciences, yes, they do. They have clear skies. We're very, very jealous over here. And then the Mentor Civic Amphitheater that's starting to
fill up.
Exactly. There were fewer people when we checked in ago, but now lots of people there and lots of people at the Adirondack Sky Center. I wish I could wave and say hello.
They look like they're getting ready for some stuff though.
Yeah, absolutely.
They got
Again,
a
the
little time to
snow
wait.
cleared out because there was snow over the weekend, but now it looks like a beautiful, probably still crisp day there for them. Okay, and now we're back here with astronaut Steve Bone, who's looking around, taking in the sights, Steve, I see.
It's just an amazing amount of people. It's really cool to see.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
You can feel the energy.
And it's really
beautiful.
cool that you're here. So Steve is here because, you know, obviously, as we've been saying throughout the show, you really should have these glasses to safely view the eclipse. But if you don't have glasses, that's why Steve is here. So Steve, I see that you brought some supplies for us.
I did. I have a little bit for everybody, and we'll see how we can do here today.
All right.
So this is like a pinhole viewer, and so it's basically a pinhole camera. I don't know if you ever had to do that when you were a kid. Just make a little camera by basically poking a hole in a piece of paper.
Okay.
And then using that to focus onto a screen.
Okay.
And so we all have pins here, I guess.
Yes. So we have a paper plate, we have index card, and we have pins.
And I have my Crew 6 pin.
Nice, nice. All right, so what do we do, Steve?
Basically, all you have to do is poke a hole in the cardboard.
Okay.
And the size of the hole will determine the focal length, the focal distance of your viewer. And it has to be big enough that the light will come through. And it's sometimes hard to do if we don't have like direct sunlight. So you want to make sure you have a big enough hole. I think that'd probably be enough.
Yeah.
And then what you'll end up doing, if we had the sun, you could basically over your shoulder, don't look at the sun.
Sun behind us.
Sun behind us.
Yes.
And so you hold this up, and you'll see, you can actually get, there it is. I can see.
We do see it with the lights, the studio lights.
You only need a little bit, and then depending on how far in and out you move it, and the size of the hole, that gives you your focal length.
Got it.
Just like a lens.
And basically, like we're saying with the studio lights, if something were to pass over the studio lights, that same shadow essentially would be projected through
Absolutely.
the index card right now. That's how you safely watch it.
That is a good, safe way to watch it. There's a lot of other ways to see it as well.
I know that. I have that.
Come prepared.
Colander, right?
Yeah. So that's a lot of fun because if you're in an open area like this today, and you don't have your glasses or you just want to see something really cool, again, put it over your shoulder and hold it, and you'll get a big array of all those little eclipses happening on the ground below you.
Yeah, actually, I think we have a picture of that. I'd love to see that because really it is a very, perfect. Look at that, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, even if you don't have anything, right, you can actually use your hands to make your own sort of improvised pinhole camera.
Absolutely. That's amazing. And, you know, I was explaining a little bit ago that in my own yard during the annular eclipse, when I was out working in the yard, and I said, hey, there's an annular eclipse going on. So I went under a tree, and I was looking at a tree, and then on my driveway, all these little eclipses, just hundreds of them.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely amazing pictures.
Great. So I hope if people have trees near them, they can take a look at that. Steve, thank you so much
You're
for
very
being
welcome.
here. We really appreciate it.
Have a great day.
All right, so the eclipse is getting closer and closer to the west coast of Mexico. We will experience totality there at Mazatlan, in particular, 2:07 p.m. Eastern Time. So let's head back over to James at our eclipse board for another look at the path of totality.
Yeah, thanks so much, Megan. A lot coming up very soon, and make sure you know exactly when to go outside to observe that totality if you're on our path, or even right now, if you're experiencing a partial eclipse. I've got in our Eclipse Explorer here, I can zoom out just a hair here to show you this. I've got our penumbra on, so this is all the places inside here already experiencing a partial eclipse. You've been seeing some great feeds from our camera in Mazatlan, Mexico. They've been experiencing that kind of crescent sun for a little while now. They're just about 20 minutes out from actually experiencing totality itself. They're going to have a long window where they are 4 minutes and 17 seconds. For some context, back in 2017, the last eclipse that swept across America, the longest time was only around 2 minutes and 40 seconds. That was in Carbondale. This time around, some very long times, just a little bit northwest of Torreon, Mexico. They're going to get upwards of 4.5 minutes. A lot of time to really observe it, but just make sure that you know when to be outside. And as always, access that tool at go.nasa.gov/Eclipse Explorer. This is going to keep moving on. You see this little thing. I have this actually running in real time. This is our shadow of totality. This is going to continue to move further and further to the northeast and actually make landfall in just a few moments in Mazatlan, Mexico. As you've seen all throughout the broadcast, we've got correspondents all up and down the U.S., all the way up to Maine, covering this live. Very excited to continue tracking this. Make sure you know what's going on here. But for now, back to you, Megan.
All right, thank you, James. So now let's introduce you to more of our correspondents along the path, starting first with NASA's Lauren Ward, standing by to show us what's happening in Indianapolis, Indiana.
That's right. Thanks, Megan. We are at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in Indianapolis, Indiana. It is a gorgeous day. Behind me, I have over 50,000 people here to spectate today. Today, we are waiting for a spectacle that is of a celestial kind. Of course, this is most known for the Indy 500, but we are waiting for something a little bit special today. With me, I have the 2016 Indianapolis Motor Speedway winner, Alexander Rossi. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you so much for having me.
It's great to have you. So the Helio Big Year is a celebration of sun science and how the sun touches everything, including IMS. So tell me, the track when you're doing a qualifying round is about 4 minutes long, which coincidentally is the length of totality. So tell us, what is it like being on the track?
You know what? The sun plays a huge role in determining the performance of the car based on the track conditions. So we actually, when it's a day like this, as much as it's beautiful for the fans, it's actually very difficult for us as drivers because as the surface heats up, the oils come to the top of the asphalt and it actually becomes slippier. So that's surprising to people. They think that temperature would mean grip, but it is until a certain point. And then once it kind of crosses over 100 degrees on the surface, you start to actually go the other way.
Wow. And tell me about those tires. How does the sun affect those?
So we use slick tires. So Firestone tires are slick. On a road car, you have tread, right? Because they're supposed to be used in all conditions. Slick tires actually have a bigger contact patch, more surface area, so they generate more grip at a temperature, right? So they operate between 180 to 230 degrees Fahrenheit. Again, the sun is good until a point. When they go over that 230 degree mark, you start to lose that grip again.
Ooh, all right. Well, we have a little competition going on today. We're trying to determine whose big day is it? Is it the sun's, the moon's, or the Earth? So my question to you is, are you Team Sun, Team Moon?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking my phone away for a while just to charge it up.
You know, I just think we're so lucky.
I'll bring my phone back out shortly.
With the people that are around us here to be able to witness what we're about to see. Go Earth.
Go Earth. You heard it here first. All right, guys, thanks. We'll be back here. Daryl in Niagara, over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Lauren. Just 500 miles northeast of you. We are here at Niagara Falls, right next to the Niagara River. This is a special location for a lot of people because it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see a natural wonder set against a celestial one, the solar eclipse. And so let's talk first of all about the natural wonder, and it all starts right here. Look at this massive river and the amount of water that's moving through here. 500,000 gallons of water, 500,000 bathtubs actually going over the falls at every 60 seconds. It's tremendous, the flow here. It interacts with the air, it hits the rocks, and it also, you know, it flows up a mist column that is omnipresent. This is always here. So one of the things that eclipse watchers want to see is, how does it interact with the light? Will we have a pink rainbow because only prominences from the sun will be seen and they're pink? We'll have to see about that. One thing we do need is a little bit better cloud clearing around here, because we do have some cloud cover. But that's okay. People who have gathered here are excited and they're hopeful that it will clear. Who's here? Well, I want to show you our camera from about 500 feet away. Look at all my friendly eclipse watchers. Are you guys ready for an eclipse? Yeah! Whoa, I love the energy. We could use this energy to blow the clouds out of here. As our camera backs out, you're looking at Terrapin Point, and this is the lawn here. It's roughly the size of a football field, and everybody who's here, a lot of people came in at 6 a.m. this morning. They currently cut off the park from anybody from coming further into Goat Island here. So this is the max capacity that we're at right now. It's that popular. Over to the other side, our friends from Canada. Look across the river gorge, about 1,000 feet away. Niagara Parkway is lined with people. So it's a beautiful shot over there, and we really appreciate our Canadian friends who have joined us. Now, this isn't just about the solar eclipse. We've been here for the past week, and we were at locations all across Niagara Falls, 12 to be exact. Take a look at this video. Crowds of people packed the Niagara State Park Welcome Center, where Commander Munikin Campos, the mannequin who flew around the moon during the Artemis 1 test flight in 2022, was on display. Our partners at the Canadian Space Agency sent kids virtually to space all week long. And NASA experts from the Kennedy Space Center gave presentations and talks at places like the Niagara Aerospace Museum and libraries across the area. The outreach was a huge success, with thousands of people participating in the events and passing through our exhibits. And we just want to thank everyone who came out to see us at all our locations, and we hope you left a little inspired about space exploration and a little wiser about all NASA's missions. Okay, coming up, we've got a very special guest for you who's going to share the eclipse with us. CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He's going around the star today, the moon. Not the star, the sun, the moon. The star of the show, I should say. He's going to be here. He's interacting with the public. We're going to get his thoughts on totality along with everybody else who is here. And we're pumped and excited. Right, everybody? We ready for the eclipse? Can you hear the excitement? All right, now I'm going to send it 800 miles to the northeast to my colleague Angelique Herring, who is in Holton, Maine, where I hear you have some pretty good weather.
Hello, Daryl, and welcome everybody to Maine. That's right, we do have some great weather. We are here in Maine, and actually we're about 3 miles away from the Canadian border, and also about the last stop on I-95 North. So we're the northmost spot for today's eclipse broadcast, at least in the United States. And so hello from way up north. Now, just like Daryl said, we do have some excellent weather here in Maine today. We've been here for a couple of days, and it's actually been pretty wintry right up until about yesterday. We had snow, it was pretty cold, but you know what? Today, the sun is out, the skies are blue, and it's looking like perfect conditions for an eclipse, or as the Mainers would say, wicked good weather. Now, we're actually standing here in Market Square in Maine, and we are outside of the Temple Theater, where it has actually been in operation since 1919. Over the last 150 years of its operation, it's seen everything from silent films to burlesque shows, and today, it's got a more celestial show with the eclipse. Now, the last eclipse to come through Maine was actually in 1963, and that eclipse was only visible for about a minute. In contrast, today's eclipse will be visible for at least just about 3 minutes or so, so everyone here is going to have a lot of time to take in the celestial show, really soak in the event. And the next eclipse won't be coming through Maine until 2079. So it makes a lot of sense that we've got a lot of people here really excited to see this once-in-a-generation opportunity and event. We're all excited. I know everybody here is excited. So we'll be here waiting for the moment that we've all been waiting for, the eclipse. With that, back over to you, Megan.
Hey, thank you, everyone. It was really cool to see everyone along the path of totality. You can tell we're covering a large swath of land because everybody's in different kind of attire. You know, you have short sleeve shirt somewhere, and then you have like Daryl, who it looks very, very cold, and he does have some cloud cover, so I hope that it does kind of clear out for him.
I feel like we've covered all of those levels of weather over the last day and a half.
That's true, here in Cleveland. So, but it's looking nice now, so that's great. And actually, if you were watching our screen here, we just had a view of the eclipse in Mazatlan, Mexico. In about 10 minutes, that's when we'll start seeing totality in that area. And in that time, the U.S.'s top doctor is encouraging everyone to try and watch this celestial event for our physical and mental well-being.
Hi, everyone. I'm U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy. I'm thrilled to be joining you today as you gather to experience a truly awe-inspiring event, the last chance that we'll have to see a total solar eclipse in the contiguous United States for the next 20 years. The sun is a universal source of light and life. It contributes to our physical, mental, and emotional well-being, and it unites all of us. Today, no matter where you're watching from, whether it's along the path of totality or a partial solar eclipse, you are sharing the experience with millions across the nation. And moments of connectedness like this truly matter. Last year, I issued a Surgeon General's advisory warning about the public health crisis posed by loneliness and isolation. I shared that our connection with one another is a powerful force that can help protect against the damaging physical and mental health impacts of loneliness. What better reason is there to come together with friends and loved ones than to share a once-in-a-generation experience like the solar eclipse? This is an experience that will stay with you, precisely because of the awe that it inspires. Awe allows us to step outside of ourselves, giving us fresh perspective and opening us up to connections. So grab your eclipse glasses and let's enjoy this moment together.
Some great advice. Thank you so much. All right, we have time for other hashtag eclipse questions. Sarah, are you ready?
I am absolutely ready.
All right, let's take a look at this video from a familiar face.
Hey everyone, I'm Scarlett Johansson and I play a NASA Public Affairs Director in the new film Fly Me to the Moon. I hope everyone is safely enjoying today's eclipse. I actually have a question about the moon for NASA. So during a total solar eclipse, I've heard that craters and features on the moon play a role in what viewers see on Earth when the moon blocks the sun. So why is that?
Question, Scarlett. So yeah, as we, the moon isn't a smooth marble. It actually has big, high mountains and valleys, these craters. And as we approach totality, sometimes you'll hear people talk about Bailey's beads, and these are the last few moments of sun creeping through those deep valleys.
Yeah.
Just before we hit totality.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's so great to have you here to answer some of these questions, and we plan to take more. If you send them in, hashtag eclipse again. Okay, if you're just joining us, I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA lunar scientist Sarah Noble. And as you can see, you are watching the official NASA broadcast for today's total solar eclipse. And we are in the heart of downtown Cleveland, where NASA is celebrating this celestial alignment. Take a look at our shot from the air. That is how many people who are just here at the Great Lakes Science Center alone. So many more spread out throughout Cleveland because, again, the last time this city had a total solar eclipse was 1806. But again, just down the road, we have the only NASA center in the path of totality.
When it comes to NASA, I
Nor are the other little earthlings.
Right.
All the animals. But it's also an opportunity for us to study much more one of those celestial bodies, and that's our star, our sun, and our star in our solar system. And we can find out more about that gaseous explosion that's coming out from the core of the sun when we can see it better. And we can see it better because we're not looking at the bright ball. You're suddenly looking at that corona, that mass of gases that are coming out from the edge of the sun.
Right.
And you don't have to be a scientist, right, to study this event, right? How do we get help from people across the country to help us study these things?
Well, by asking them. Make a note of anything that you observe and then share that with us.
All right, an administrator, you know, we have to take precautions when viewing a solar eclipse. Remind everyone what we should be doing today.
Okay, you've got some glasses.
That's right. That's right.
The glasses
We're
are
all ready.
absolutely essential. You want to put these on as it is starting to have that moon move in front of the sun, and we don't want you to damage your eyes.
Right.
Yep.
And it's incredible. You put these glasses on in the normal sun of the day, you can't see a thing.
Can't see a thing.
But when you
Yes.
look at the sun, you will be protected.
Administrator, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time here. And now we're going to head it back over to James at the Eclipse board.
Whew, yeah, the countdown is on. Just a few moments left until the eclipse makes landfall in Mazatlan, Mexico. Right here, you can see where that eclipse totality shadow is right here. It's going to continue moving very rapidly onwards to Torreon, where we also have a live feed covering all of this event. Super excited for that big moment. And let me actually just go to our moon board here, and we can play through this at 60 times speed. I'll zoom in a little bit here. And Scarlett Johansson had a question a bit earlier about the kind of rippling effect that we see of the eclipse shadow. When you first see this right here, at first glance, you might think it's low resolution or we're lacking some kind of information here. The inverse is actually true. This is actually incredibly high resolution, this shadow projection that we have, because of data that we've been gathering at our moon for more than 10 years, thanks to an orbiter called the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. It's been mapping our nearest neighbor in incredible resolution, just really getting every single bit of valley or crater or mountain. All of those little imperfections on the moon are contributing to that shadow that we see rippling across the country. You're not going to be able to see that from the ground, but looking from space, you see that really cool effect of kind of the rippling there here. So let's just preview some things to come here. In Mazatlan, they have that last little crescent sliver of sun. For now, if you're in that area, make sure you keep your glasses on until that sun is completely blocked out by the moon. That's going to be in just a few moments. You're going to have a long duration there, 4 minutes and 17 seconds. That sounds like a lot of time, but it's going to move like that. So make sure you are ready on the pulse. Again, for all of our locations up on this path of totality here too, make sure you set a timer on your watch or a phone or something to remind yourself to look outside and experience this. You don't want to miss this. If you do miss it, you you got a long time to wait for the next big one across America. That's going to be in 2045. So make sure you're watching and watching safely here. You just saw some footage from Kerrville and Cleveland as well. It's a little bit cloudy in some places, really hoping that that clears out in time for us to have that beautiful view. But in just a few moments right here, this eclipse is going to be coming up in Mazatlan, Mexico. So for now, this is going to be really exciting. The countdown is on. So for Mazatlan, this is the last little bit here. Again, I'm always keeping an eye on that weather. And also one little note about our tool here too. If you wanted to see, this little icon kind of previews what the expected eclipse is going to look like at that given time. All these little googly eye features are clickable, hyperlinkable. You can kind of click on that. It'll snap you right to that exact time to get an idea for what it's going to look like in your neck of the woods. But for now, the big moment's coming up. Back to you, Megan. Let's check it out.
All right, thank you, James. And as you can see, wow, we just have a tiny little faint sliver left of the sun in Mazatlan, Mexico. We are expecting totality in 1 minute and 35 seconds. You know, joining us now to walk us through this, Kelly Korrick, an astrophysicist with NASA's Heliophysics Division. Kelly, tell us about the science NASA is about to conduct right now in Mazatlan.
So science that they're going to conduct is about the WB-57. So we're going to fly some planes over and make sure that we can actually see that solar corona, that that hot atmosphere that's around the sun that we're about to get once we reach totality.
Yeah, and it looks like it's almost
there.
Yes, it's almost there. You know, we have a view right now of inside the cockpit of one of the WB-57s, or at least we're efforting one, because as you said, this is going to be a huge part of what we do in Mazatlan.
Definitely, yeah. It's the
there it is,
Oh,
Kelly.
there it is. Oh, look at that view.
So we're looking out.
That's great. We're looking out, and it looks like we might be able to, we're seeing a lot of clouds, but hopefully a shadow as well as we're coming in to totality there. And so, yeah, so these WB-57s are carrying 3 different instruments, or 3 different experiments, 2 to look at the sun and 1 to look at our atmosphere, because our atmosphere actually responds to the eclipse. And we're trying to figure out how that ionosphere, that layer of the atmosphere, actually responds to it.
And you said it does look like there's already a shadow over land. You know, we also have a shot, and we'd like to pull that up now, a shot of the coast and the fact that it's already going on over. And you know what's really cool about all of this is we do have eyes all over this thing, because we are collecting so much data.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have the stuff here. We also have rockets on the other side of the country being launched to, again, study that. Oh, look at that. That's the diamond ring.
That's right. We're not there, but I feel the energy just watching it.
Yeah, so this is because of the craters and the peaks and valleys of the moon, we're seeing the last bits that are just getting through, and now we're getting to totality. This is great. So you're starting to see those pink fingers out there kind of sticking out.
Wow. So again, totality here in Mazatlan, Mexico, the first community in North America to experience the moon completely eclipsing the sun. And if you are in Mazatlan right now, it is now safe to remove your eclipse glasses for the next 4 minutes. And you mentioned some of those pink filaments that we're seeing, right? Can you talk us a little bit through that, Kelly?
Yeah, so those pink filaments, because they're helium rich, that's why they're appearing pink, and they're hanging out there. Those could be the start of space weather. So there are lots of tons of material, billions of tons of material that could possibly be one of those explosions for space weather, the reasons why we really study the sun and try to understand how to live with the sun.
Well, can you explain why space weather is important to us here on Earth?
Definitely. So it's not just satellites that are interested in space weather. It's also our power grids, because of those.
And if you are just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad and our continuing live coverage of the total solar eclipse now spreading across North America. You are looking at a live view from Mexico, where we are having the first views of totality now occurring, with the moon completely covering the surface of the sun. An incredible view. If you're down there in that region, this is the only time it is safe to take off your glasses and look directly. You can now see in the bottom right corner flares emitting from the sun, and at the top some incredible views. If you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad and our live total solar eclipse coverage. Make sure you engage that subscribe button if you're a space fan, so you never miss another live launch coverage, exclusive one-on-one interview, lunar landing, and more. We bring it all to you here, because here at the launch pad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. We want to see your guys' watch parties. Send those to us. contact at tlpnetwork.com for a chance to be featured later on in the stream or on social media, tlpn_official. We're continuing to monitor this. We are going to pull up the NASA feed here briefly again, as they have an incredible view from the WB-57 aircraft currently flying right now in totality as well. Now, this is the first totality we are seeing, but this is going to be going on for the next few hours, so we hope that you will stay with us as we have live telescope views coming in from NASA and our team across the country as we witness the final total solar eclipse to pass over North America for the next 20 years. You can see it's starting to get a bit brighter on the right side as the moon is preparing to allow the sun to reemerge, restoring light to the region. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage the like button, share out the stream, let us know in the chat where you're watching from, and let's listen back into NASA Mission Control as we take in these incredible views of the beginning of today's total solar eclipse.
So they don't have to worry
about the
clouds.
Exactly. Well, I do want to say a big thank you to the WB-57 pilots and the whole team supporting them for that great view. That was awesome. Kelly, you know, you have a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the sun. And for those watching, if you're interested in learning more with her, check out her and other experts featured in the Sun series of NASA's Curious Universe podcast. And that QR code will pop up on the screen, and that'll take you straight to the episodes. Again, look at that double box we got there. We're showing you amazing views during this broadcast. A big thank you, actually, to the Solar System Exploration Research Virtual Institute, or SERVI, for providing the telescope views from Mazatlan.
Yeah, the survey team down there, the survey team is based out of Ames, but it is a collection of teams across the country and across the world that are sort of studying the intersection of science and exploration, helping us get ready for our next trip with humans to the moon.
Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, totality is actually about to end in Mazatlan. Let's keep watching our screen right now for, again, what are we watching for, Kelly?
We're watching for the diamond ring effect. So that's when the first bright light, we're starting to see it on this side there. So you're going to put your glasses on right now to protect those beautiful eyes, because now we're going back to the partial phase.
Whoa,
so,
that's amazing.
Wow.
Yep. Kelly, that's a filter, by the way, everyone. That's why we're seeing that. But when you said put on your glasses, I'm so trained now to do it that I almost did it here in Cleveland. No, we're fine in Cleveland. We're still in Mazatlan. Again, what we're seeing is because we needed to adjust the filter now that, again, it's basically like putting on our glasses. The way that you said people on the ground need to put on our glasses, our telescope operators need to protect their own eyes as well as their equipment.
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate your time here with us. It was so fun to learn about the science and actually see the first eclipse come for North America here. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, as you can see, there's a lot to learn about our sun and eclipses. So to explain it all in a really fun way for kids, NASA developed a clever game called Snap It. We have another QR code coming on your screen right now. Just scan that code, or if you're watching us on your phone, all you have to do is screen grab it, press on it later, and you can check out that game. Also the website, if that's easier for you, go.nasa.gov/snapit. Okay, so NASA can predict the total solar eclipse's path to a high degree of accuracy because of a spacecraft that launched nearly 15 years ago. This same spacecraft is now helping our Artemis 2 astronauts who'll be orbiting the moon next year. NASA's next step in establishing a long-term presence on the moon is sending 4 astronauts to fly around it with the Artemis 2 mission. Part of the crew's training has been to study images from NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, or LRO. The spacecraft launched in 2009 and continues to use
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. We are seeing the sun start to emerge, and we are waiting for another moment of totality now in Toronto, Mexico. As we have said, stay with us over the course of the next 3+ hours as we watch totality sweep across the nation. Remember to keep sending us those photos on social media of your watch parties. You can send those at contact@tlpnetwork.com for a chance to get featured later on. We are also counting down to the first of 3 launches with NASA as they launch 3 Black Brant rockets into the solar eclipse to study. Toronto, Mexico, you are almost in totality, so I'm going to be quiet and we will take in the sights and sounds of these incredible views of the total solar eclipse now beginning to sweep across North America. Stay with us right here on the launch pad.
what looks like an arc of solar diamonds around the moon as sunlight peeks through lunar features like craters. That's a look at your Artemis Moon Minute. All right, joining us on the host desk now is a familiar face here. Oh, actually, sorry, Snoopy. Oh, I just revealed that it's Snoopy. Well, I just want to wave real quick to the crowd here at the Great Lakes Science Center, just outside of our host desk, waving at us, waving at the camera. I'm waving back at them like they can see me. But I did just spoil the surprise. We do have Snoopy here, our Chief Safety Officer here at NASA, and he's here to tell us how to safely watch the eclipse. So, Snoopy, if we were to watch the eclipse today before totality, what should we do? That's right. You should have your glasses on. That's right.
Well, and what about during totality, Snoopy? Can we take them off then? Yeah, let me help you out here.
Oh, Snoopy, there I can see your shining bright eyes. I love Snoopy. He's so funny. Now, Snoopy, I have to ask you a question, okay? So today we've been polling everybody, asking for the total solar eclipse today, who is the big star of the show, right? Is it the Earth? Is it the Earth? Is it the moon? Is it the sun? Okay, but you have to pick one.
You have to pick one.
You have to pick one. You don't want to pick one?
All of them.
All of them are great? That's right. Snoopy, thank you so much. I know you're super excited to see the total solar eclipse today. We're glad to have you here. Bye. All right, now let's head back over to Tahira in Kerrville, Texas.
All right, thanks, Megan. I mean, what an incredible view from Mazatlan, Mexico.
That was amazing.
And folks, as you can see on your screen right now, we are less than 1 minute away from the eclipse crossing over Torreon, Mexico. Gina, how fast is this moon shadow moving right now?
I mean, it's flying. It's going about 1,900 miles per hour as we're chasing it across the U.S.
That is incredible. And so, you know, in Mazatlan, we were able to see the diamond ring effect.
That's right. It was beautiful.
Beads. So hopefully we'll be able to see that in Torreon right now.
Yeah, we're watching that live feed.
Yes, just to see this sliver crossing over the moon.
That's right. We're getting so close there.
We are
Hopefully
getting
we'll see
so
that diamond
close.
ring too.
Wow. Look at this. And so we're about 10 seconds away.
Here we go.
Let's take it in. Wow. What a spectacular.
It's going into totality.
Wow. There you have it. We are in.
Yep, that diamond ring came through, and we see a little bit of those Bailey beads too as we're looking at it. Those kind of the lights trickling through around the surface of the moon, coming through the peaks and valleys.
So what are we viewing on the left-hand side? This almost pink color effect.
Right, and so as we just heard from the last totality, you know, these pink fingers are popping out a little bit, and those are those solar prominences. They're appearing pink because of the helium rich, but we can see it. Let's focus on the corona here, that glow that we're getting, and we can see basically these streams that are coming out, a lot of that energy and brightness that we do not have the ability to see on a day-to-day basis. So with this total eclipse, we're able to see that corona nice and bright coming through in Torreon.
That is just a magical view. Oh my goodness.
It is.
Gina, okay, and so we've got so many questions coming in online right now from viewers watching this. Our first one is going to be from Justin, who wants to know, right now we are seeing a clear and spectacular view of a total solar eclipse.
Yes.
But Justin wants to know, what will it look like if it's clouded over?
So the view that we're getting right now, you won't be able to see that if it's clouded over, but you will have effects going on, right? You'll get a change in the temperature, so the temperature will drop. It'll still get darker as well.
It's already getting dark here.
I mean, we have some cloud coverage, right? And we're feeling a little extra wind. It's noticeably darker despite the clouds that we have. So you'll get some of those environmental effects, even if it's cloudy where you are.
And so a great follow-up, we've got Halloween Ghoul on YouTube who wants to know, again, will the temperature change during totality, which I know you mentioned that it will get a little bit cooler.
Yes.
But do you know about how many degrees we can expect?
Yeah, it depends on the location, the humidity, multiple factors, but it can change by about 10 degrees or so, depending where you are, maybe even a little bit more than that. And, we're feeling a little chilly kind of where we're sitting compared to what it was earlier. And, I mean, I'm just staring at this view of totality that we have in Torreon.
So we're about halfway through totality right now in Torreon, Mexico. And again, I know folks said that this is almost double totality than 2017, right?
That's right. And so in 2017, we had a little more than 2 minutes. So we're lucky enough this time that we have over 4 minutes in some places too.
This is so beautiful. And so our next question from Sibel on Instagram wants to know, why is the sun more active right now?
So the sun is more active because we have an 11-year solar cycle. The sun goes from solar maximum to solar minimum, where it's changing its level of activity. Oh, and as you're seeing the screen, yeah, so I see in that the bottom right there, we can see that prominence extending out. And as we heard earlier in Mazatlan, you know, that is potentially the beginning of space weather activity. So we're talking about solar maximum. If there's a time to see any of that space weather activity during the total solar eclipse, this is the time to do it. So let's watch that as we go through totality and our other locations too, and maybe we'll be lucky to see some of these features change for us.
That is so beautiful.
It is.
And so Gina, too, you know, how we're in a higher cycle, solar cycle right now. How many years, you know, is that fluctuation?
Right. The solar cycle goes on for 11 years when it peaks in activity, and that's where we are, where the latest predictions are that we will reach that maximum sometime this year, and then it'll decrease in activity going back down to solar minimum.
And so, Gina, I've got time for one more quick question from Christopher on X, who wants to know which other planets have the best eclipses.
Oh, okay. Well, that's right. So eclipses don't only happen on Earth. Let's talk about Mars, for the fact that Mars does have eclipses when the moon crosses in front of Mars. Mars has 2 moons, and the rovers on the surface have captured images of those.
But no other planet has a view quite like this, right?
Nope, that is special for us. Just the distance and the size of the moon makes it such that it will completely block the sun as it's doing today.
Wow.
And you can see there's that diamond ring effect as we are coming out of totality in Torion.
What an incredible
Wow, it's a bright one
view.
too. Look at that.
That is a bright one. So is this what, a Bailey's bead, or?
So that's going to be that diamond ring, just how bright it is. Bailey beads are a little bit smaller as they kind of bubble over the surface, but folks who are in that location should have those safety viewing glasses back on so that they can now view the partial eclipse that they are experiencing.
Well, that is fantastic. And you know, the next time we see this eclipse, it's going to be right here in Kerrville, Texas. So folks, the countdown is on. We've got about 10 minutes until we see this with our own eyes.
You can hear people
Yes, big moment right here in Kerrville. For now, let's check back in with Lauren at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Thanks to Hira. We are getting close to eclipse ourselves, but for now, we have a very special guest, NASA's very own Pam Melroy, Deputy Administrator and former astronaut. Pam, it's good to see you.
Oh, it's great to be here. I'm so excited.
It's very exciting. So what's it like being in Indianapolis for an exciting event like this?
Well, it's a beautiful day here. And I love the fact that we're here with thousands of people in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but we're joining with millions of people around America looking up together to the sky.
Absolutely. And tell me, is this your first eclipse?
It's not my first eclipse, but it will be my first totality. I've seen several partial eclipses, but there's something mystical and mysterious and in some ways unifying about a total eclipse, and we're all going to feel it together.
Absolutely. We could not have lucked out more on this weather today. So as a former astronaut, we know that sun science and space weather are very important to keeping our astronauts safe. What is space weather, and why do we care about it? What is NASA doing to study it?
Yeah, that's right. It's actually very important. It is of concern for astronauts who are in space because they experience the radiation of the sun that comes from solar flares and solar weather. But the reality is it's also affecting life here on Earth. It impacts the upper reaches of our atmosphere called the ionosphere, which is an electrified part of our atmosphere that is a conduit for communications. It's critically important. It can even affect power grids. And of course, if you ever have seen the Northern Lights, you've seen the effect of solar weather. So, but really the focus for today is where that solar weather starts, and that's in the corona, the sun's atmosphere. It's very unusual, and we don't exactly know what's happening because the sun's atmosphere is millions of degrees hotter than the surface of the sun. So we are hoping to learn today more about how that happens and why that happens so that we can better predict those solar flares and those things that impact us here on Earth.
Yeah, that's all extremely important and something that we're learning a lot today, too. Pam, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
As we've learned, solar eclipses are very important to learn for many, many reasons. We have radio telescope operators who are studying the eclipse today for this very reason. Let's take a look at that work.
When the moon blocks the sun during a solar eclipse, there is a noticeable
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. You are looking at a live view from Junction, Texas, where we are now just minutes away from Totality arriving for the first time in the Texas region. If it's your first time here, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the launch pad, and there are tens of thousands of you joining us live from around the world to watch the total solar eclipse passing over North America. If you're watching on the left side of your screen, you can see those countdown clocks running. We are now just 14 minutes away from the estimated liftoff of the first of 3 rockets being launched by NASA into the solar eclipse. Our live launch coverage has begun, so make sure you pull that on a secondary stream. We are keeping the eclipse in view, but we'll focus on the launch on that stream. So make sure to pull that up. We'll drop the link in chat. But stay with us here. We will stay live as the solar eclipse passes across all of the United States with live telescope feeds from across the country thanks to NASA. You're now looking at live view from Russellville, Arkansas, not too far, where our very own Lewis is out in the field taking in today's solar eclipse. We have team across the country as well. If you are interested in becoming part of the TLP crew, consider sending in an application. The link is in the chat. We'll drop it a few times there. Interviews are starting this week, and we would love to invite some of you as launch commentators, moderators, hosts, journalists, and more. So definitely check that out. We're going to listen back into NASA, but while we wait for the next totality to occur in Texas, make sure you head on over and get your limited edition solar eclipse gear. Global shipping available with sizes all the way up to 5 and 6XL with blankets, t-shirts, hoodies, caps, and bumper stickers to commemorate today's incredible event. Next time we are going to see this, it will be 20 years, and we hope that
Much
we will
love,
have you join
all.
us there. That's the next time we will see this passing over North America. Our team is already planning for the next solar eclipse that will pass over Europe in
Timber, Stephanie,
2026.
much
But let's listen
love,
in and watch
everybody.
as we are waiting for
Sizer,
totality to occur
K,
in Texas.
Big D,
Incredible. So, too, you know, what
Kristen, much love, everybody.
when related to the sun when traveling back
I
to
hope
the
you're
moon?
all having a
It's great to
wonderful
see,
day.
Pam Elroy on your last clip, a dear friend of mine, so it was nice to see Pam's face over there. But when we're heading out to the sun, it's really radiation is our big thing that I'm sorry, as we're heading out to the moon.
Yeah,
it's really
not
the
the
solar
sun.
radiation that we're
Chris got a really good
from
video of some
the sun, and
of
Elon's dealt with it, and we've dealt with it for a long time.
of the eclipse of it starting. We got the shape of it in our camera there.
Our NASA probes that have gone out there.
So I got my phone out there recording it.
Great. Okay. And tell me, Reed, how does it feel to be the commander of NASA's first crewed mission going back to the moon since Apollo?
I am flying with Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and
Hey Charlotte, much love.
Yes.
Happy Doomsday.
So every day that I go into work, I won't say every day is easy, but every day is fun, and I'm flying with people that have principles, they have integrity.
Happy Doomsday, everybody.
Come true, and getting to work with the whole team, the international team. It's the best.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for being here with us, Reed. You know, really quickly, do you have
Right, Timber? It's totally fake. We're watching Pac-Man right now.
We always say that you have to find that job that
But if you look on my camera, you can see the actual glare and the sun rays and all that.
professional as you can and someday apply for the program, and we
It's already started, Stephanie. We already can see the shape of it in the bottom corner there. The bottom right corner of the sun, you'll start seeing the shape of it.
Applications to be an astronaut. You could one day travel to the moon and eventually to Mars. From teachers to scientists to even those in our armed forces, we are looking for a diverse group to take humanity farther.
Welcome to Doomsday, ladies and gentlemen. Woohoo!
/astro2024. Now, timing is everything when it comes to pulling off successful science during an event like today. Let's hear from a very special guest who also knows a thing or two about perfect alignments.
Hope you're all having a good day. Look at, see, you can just see the bottom corner of the sun. Yeah, Doobie Day. Yeah, it's Doobie Day. Happy Doobie Day. You guys can just see the... Once those last clouds pass there, you'll be able to see the full shape. You can already see on the bottom right of the sun there. You can see the shape of it.
Join us over
It's
on our
already
live
started in
launch
Ontario there.
stream to see that live view of the launch site as we continue to count down to the
See, that's what it actually looks like.
Here, we'll drop the link in the chat for that. The first of 3 missions being launched today.
Oh yeah, I'm having a great day, Angel.
Facility. If you haven't yet, also take a moment.
Having a great day. Not dying, not, you know,
As we see these incredible views from
not believing in fake propagandism. Sorry, I said that wrong. Not believing in fake propaganda.
As we continue to monitor the incredible view, and make sure you keep sending us those watch party photos also on social media.
Hey, no worries, Charlotte. Figured it was a change in scenery for a little bit.
Those on air a little later today, so make sure you.
Everyone's doing the protests and stuff. I figured I'd be the one to show all this.
Now, folks, we have a little bit of cloud coverage right now in Kerrville, so we are showing the Dallas.
Yeah, it starts at 2 something.
Thrilled to be here with Dr. Nicola Fox, who is the associate administrator.
Right? A hype to sell gas and toilet paper. So look, guys, you can see it on my screen. You can see it on my phone screen, right on the bottom right of the sun. You can just see that it's not perfectly circle anymore.
Oh, wow, there's so much that we're going to be doing today. We're going to be studying the sun. We're going to be studying the Earth's atmosphere and how that changes. You can see it getting done.
Pretty cool, pretty cool.
You know, we've got these little magnetometers. They're going to be all across. We have 30 of them.
And then it's just going to get covered back up again, I think. What do you guys think?
Very nice. Love magnetometers.
You guys think it's going to get covered back up again or what?
Across the path of totality. And it sounds like we should go. We should get up. Let's go. Oh, my goodness. Less than a minute. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Okay. All right. Glasses on, Nikki? Yes? Yeah, glasses on, but we're about to get...
I think we're having internet issues as well. The network is having issues.
The winds picked up. You could actually see the birds started flying in a very weird...
It looks like they're having issues too.
Come on, clouds. Wow.
Look at everybody looking at the sky. All these people are all looking up.
We're there. We're nearly there. Okay. Wow, the crowd is counting down. Yes.
Oh. They had to adjust their light bulb in the back of their lampshade. Oh, look. Texas is supposed to be completely black right now. Is there anybody here from Texas or Trogi, whatever that says? Kerrville, Texas. Anybody from Kerrville, Texas that can confirm the darkness? So we all know that the moon is like a fraction of the size of the sun, right? And that this is the shadow sun that is covering the sun. We're all aware of this, right? Oh, now I gotta delete this stream. I just said true information. Whoops! I did it again. Oops, I did it again. I told all my friends about the truth. Oh, baby, baby, now we're gonna get us a strike. So come on, get hype. Give us another like. Oh, baby, baby.
You do. That's why we are Team Sun, Earth, and Moon. Because you need the moon for an eclipse. You need the sun for an eclipse. And we're standing on the Earth to see it. Oh, man. So, all of NASA science represented by a total solar eclipse.
And something that, over 30 million of us today, at least in the path of totality.
At least, yes.
Able to witness this.
31 people living in the path of
Just looked at live Houston, Texas traffic cam. Not dark there.
This is getting me extra excited about all the science
that we're doing. Yes. Yes.
All right, those clouds are...
So here's what I don't understand. They just showed it being covered. Oh, okay, never mind. They're showing Dallas, Texas now. They're showing all the different places of it getting covered. Look at the first rocket launch is in 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. We'll be right back. Where you going? All right. You right back. You coming? Yeah, I'll tag along. Might.
Nikki, what's your favorite part about an eclipse? Is this your first?
No, this is my second one. 2017. I was in Nebraska and I saw it there. But I think there's just you can study the sun, you can study the corona, but suddenly you see it with your own eyes, and it's that feeling of just wow, that is our star. Like that isn't just. It isn't just the sun anymore. That's a star, and you see it looking like a star. And as we study, as we look for exoplanets in other galaxies that might be able to support life, we need to understand our relationship here on this planet with that star. And so it's so important. And I think when you see it, you're just like, wow, it actually is a star. Yeah, it's not just a bright point of light in the sky. You can see the structure. You can see just how exciting the sun is, and actually how dynamic it is.
Yeah. And it's not often in heliophysics that we can actually see the science that we're doing with our own eyes.
That is right.
So it's a rare experience.
Or even share in it, millions of us
so
today.
many people partake.
Yep.
That's right. It's pretty windy too here.
It is windy.
And so I know earlier in the show we've mentioned that total solar eclipses really might only pass through a certain location, say every 300, 75 years?
Yeah.
Can you explain how come we don't see eclipses like this every
month?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
every month.
Because the moon's orbit is actually tilted, and so most of the time when it passes in front, it doesn't block out the light for us. At this particular time, it is right on the plane between the Earth and the Sun. It is actually at its closest point to the Earth, and so in the plane of the sky, the moon is exactly the same size as the sun, and that is very unique.
That is so special too.
Yes.
I mean, like, what are the odds?
It's the 400s, right?
Yes.
The distance between the Earth and the moon is 400 times closer than the Earth and the sun, and the size is 400 times smaller as well. So it just blocks it perfectly.
Yep. It does, and right now the clouds are blocking it perfectly.
Hey, but we got a taste of it, which
We
was
did.
very nice, and we are chasing this eclipse across North America today.
We are.
So excited.
Yeah, we
to see
are.
from these
I
other
think it wants to come
locations,
out again. I don't know. These clouds are thinning.
Yeah, the clouds.
You can hear the crowds cheering.
The crowd's getting excited.
We're hopeful.
Yeah.
Channeling all that good energy.
Yeah. This crowd has been great all day.
Oh, yes.
All day.
Which is the closest to you, looking our left on the left
Oh, yeah.
of the screen.
Yes.
The ARC will be our second launcher, which is not on screen currently. And then our third launch will be from our 50K launcher,
So
which is
unfortunately,
currently
we did
on the
not
right of
see the
screen.
diamond ring
that
at
we're
the
seeing
end of
now.
the eclipse.
Again, the APET mission here during the eclipse to study disturbances in the ionosphere with our PI, Dr. Aurora Perjadia, here from Embry-Riddle.
And then it all went dark. So
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. In the bottom left corner of your screen is a live view from Wallops Flight Center in Virginia, where NASA is preparing to launch the first of three rockets, Black Brant rockets, into the solar eclipse. We are at T-minus 90 seconds and counting, waiting for that imminent launch. If you want to see that view on a bigger screen, head on over to our Eclipse launch stream. We'll drop that link in the chat, and we'll listen back into NASA for the rest of the solar eclipse commentary. Stay with us.
can sort of explode and then
right up that path. Next up is Dallas. We have Joy and Michael standing by for their big moment in the sun.
Yeah, you can feel the temperature change. The wind has completely quieted down. Yep.
So the energy here is amazing. So with me right now is Dr. Michael Kirk. He's one of our eclipse experts. Michael, we saw an annular eclipse back in October, but today is a total eclipse. How are you feeling today?
It is totally different. I am ecstatic. The annular eclipse was really cool. This is, you can feel it, the energy here is electric.
If you look around, you can see that the darkness is coming. Let's have a quick look at what we're looking at right now. We're almost there. We're a couple of minutes away.
Ooh, yep, just a crescent left.
So let's quickly talk about some of the ways that the public are participating in the eclipse. right now.
Yes.
Michael, can you talk about some of the citizen science projects?
Yes, there are people all around the country right now making measurements of audio recordings to see how the environment is changing, and it is a great opportunity to do genuine science with just an audio recorder.
Fantastic. So we are almost like, let's see, a few minutes away. So minute 30 out, I think, actually. So let's have a look at the eclipse. Michael, what should we expect to see moments before totality?
Okay, so as we approach totality, you're going to see that crescent sun slowly drift away, and then you're going to see the Bailey's beads, where there are these bright points of light that are last bits of sunlight cascading through the moon valleys. And then right before totality, you'll see a diamond ring, that last single point of light, and then we'll be in totality. We just have a thumbnail of sun left. We are closing in on totality here.
Wow, we see a slither of the sun left. Remember, you can only take your safety glasses off when the moon has completely covered the sun. And in Dallas, Texas, we are seconds away.
Oh my goodness, I can feel my heart racing. You can hear the crowd getting excited. The birds are chirping, and they seem like they're going into their nighttime routines.
Wow. So we are a few seconds away. You can hear the crowds cheering.
Here we go. Oh my goodness. This is absolutely ecstatic.
The darkness is coming over Dallas.
Here we are. Just a few seconds
10
left.
seconds.
Woo! Oh, I'm so excited.
Okay, we are 5 seconds away from totality.
One little bit. It's totally dark here. Deep twilight around here.
Wow. You can hear the crowd.
The last bit of lights, and we're in totality. Woo! Oh my God.
Oh my God.
That is absolutely breathtaking.
Oh my God, Michael. How are you feeling right now?
I am just awestruck. I mean, there's a few high clouds, but the beauty of the corona is clearly visible. You can see that spiky structure just poking out. It is heart-stoppingly beautiful.
Oh my goodness, I have tears in my eyes. I was not expecting this.
This is one of those experiences that you just never forget. I feel so special to be right here, right now, experiencing it, and knowing that people literally across the nation are doing the same thing it's truly amazing.
Wow, let's take a moment to take it all in. This is absolutely breathtaking.
Wow. You can see that spiky structure of the corona. That's indicative of our approach to solar maximum. That asymmetrical nature of the corona happens when we're in solar maximum. That's going to be happening in about a few months from now. So that means that this view of the corona will never happen again, ever. This is a completely unique view that even if you see a million solar eclipses, you'll never quite see one like this.
So, Michael, you study the sun. What is it like to see the corona that you don't normally see?
I mean, there are no words. I spend my life studying this thing, and to be able to see it and feel it it's just tremendous. You can see a prominence in the chromosphere, the middle atmosphere of the sun is a pink spot, and that pink loop is what I spent 5 years doing a dissertation on. that one little pink loop, and it makes it all feel like it's in perspective now.
I can't believe how clearly I can see those pink loops and the structures in the corona.
We can see a few planets out as well. They're brightly shining in the sky, and actually there's a plane racing across the shadow as we speak as well.
And I just want to take a moment to say huge thanks to our telescope operator, Vanessa Thomas, for providing these views. This is just so stunning.
People are applauding here, as you can hear. I mean, I think everyone here is getting exactly what they came for, which is just that sense of your place in the universe. This is our closest star, and being able to see the star like this is truly special.
Okay, we have 1 minute left of totality.
Oh, the time just passes way too quickly.
The next eclipse won't happen across the U.S. for another 20 years, so this really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Our friends up in Alaska will see their next eclipse in 2033, so
And if you're just joining us, you're looking at an incredible view from Dallas, Texas. In the bottom left corner of your screen is a live view inside the Wallops Mission Control Center. We have had the first launch from Wallops occur. We have had confirmation of that successful liftoff. We saw it there on your screen, but it is something we're continuing to monitor as we continue our live coverage covering not only the solar eclipse but these triple launches from Wallops, Virginia. We have had confirmation that one of the payloads ultimately sounds like did not deploy from that first flight. Each one was set to deploy 5 payloads that were the size of a 2-liter pop bottle. Once those deploy, they would create multiple suborbital trajectories to complete up to 15 different science experiments with each launch. We do have 2 more launches. Flight teams have requested permission from the launch director in the range to head out to the pad very briefly, make sure there's nothing remaining around the pad, and they will enter the countdown. That second launch now, T-minus 34 minutes, 18 seconds, and counting. If you want to see the launch view in the bottom left corner on a bigger screen, head on over to our Eclipse launch coverage, and we'll be giving you more commentary coverage there as we continue to follow along at Wallops, Virginia. Here, we'll be keeping a close eye on these incredible telescope views coming in from across the country. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage, exclusive one-on-one interview, factory tour, space docking, lunar landing, or more as we enter this incredible new era of space exploration. Here at the launch pad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together, and we are so honored that you have joined us here for your live total solar eclipse coverage. Also head on over to the launchpad.shop to get your limited edition solar eclipse gear, including your I Survive Totality tees and hats. Global shipping is available. Let's listen back into NASA and their eclipse control room as we continue to watch totality spread across the United States. Russellville, Arkansas, you're next.
As well in the gardens, absolutely beautiful. We got a bunch coming up in just a few moments here. Our next eclipse path target here for the NASA broadcast is in Russellville, Arkansas. They're going to have a long window too, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. They're expecting that totality kickoff at 1:50:05 to be exact. Again, you can continue to track this with our Eclipse tool here. This is at go.nasa.gov/Eclipse Explorer. And you can see just how quickly it's moving. I'm playing this in real time. You can see that shadow. It's already moving very quickly to the northeast. And the fun isn't just for our friends on the path of totality, and there are a lot of people on that path of totality. About 31 million people reside somewhere on that path of totality. But there's a lot of people obviously outside of that path as well too. If I put on this overlay here for the percent coverage, a lot of folks, us included here in Florida, are experiencing that partial eclipse. As always, if you are in a partial eclipse, be sure to be wearing those eclipse glasses to protect your eyesight as you're viewing it. But you can see these bands here are greater than 75% view. So say you're watching up in, I don't know, Milwaukee here, for example. You've got a great view, almost 100% coverage. You're not quite at totality. 89.4%. Looks like you got good cloud cover there. 20% cloud cover. So hopefully you got a nice view up there as well, too. I've also put on this overlay here to show you just the amount of the duration of totality. You see a lot of our places are within this middle band right here that are getting more than 4 minutes. It may seem like a lot of time, but as you've seen just how quickly that can go by. Michael sounds like he wrote his whole dissertation, a 5-year piece on those just few moments there. This just passes so quickly. And again, if you miss this, the next time you're going to have to wait for this in the U.S. is not going to be until 2045. So again, make sure you're previewing exactly when to expect that peak time of coverage wherever you are in our path of totality or even outside of that path of totality. So a lot coming up very soon. Again, our friends in Russellville look like they have great coverage there as well too. Only 9% cloud cover, so hopefully they're getting a really nice view. But let's check in with Jasmine up there to see. Hopefully you're looking good for there. How's it looking up in your way up in Russellville?
I'm just looking this way.
Everything is looking absolutely fabulous here in Russellville. We could not have asked for better weather. So we are back here in the downtown depot area, and joining us now is heliophysics expert Dr. Patrick Kane, all the way from DC. How are you feeling about your very first total solar eclipse?
I'm incredibly excited. As I'm watching all of the changes, there go the crowd. As I'm watching all of the changes, I'm thinking back to the textbooks that I've read, and this is, so it was all academic before. This is no longer academic.
Yeah, so the feeling is very different than what we might read in a textbook. Patrick, just explain, describe the atmosphere around us as it's changing.
Right now, as I'm looking around, of course, the temperature has been falling for the last 20 or 30 minutes, but the light is dimming, and it's dimming faster and faster and faster. It seems like it's accelerating. The crowd is definitely getting excited. I'm looking around the ground to see if I see the shadow snakes. I don't, but this is just really exciting.
It really is. Honestly, like you said, we're feeling that cooler weather.
Yeah.
The crowd behind us just erupted. We're also feeling them fall a little bit quieter too. So we're
Right.
going to take a beat of silence as we get into totality. I think we're less than about 15 seconds away. So we're going to also look over our shoulder with our solar
With
eclipse
our
glasses
solar
still
eclipse
on
glasses.
until we are in totality. Here we go. Just a sliver of the sun left.
Getting close. Crowd's getting excited.
The crowd, yeah, all around us completely electric.
Going. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Here we are.
Here we go.
And the crowd goes wild.
God, oh my God.
Wow.
We got some Bailey's beads. Oh,
Absolutely stunning.
that is spectacular. We see Venus over to the side there.
And Patrick, it came and went so quickly, but we did see a diamond ring
We did
at the very
indeed.
beginning there. Can you describe to us what is that?
Sure, that diamond ring effect is due to the moon not being perfectly smooth. It's got mountains, it's got valleys. So just like here on Earth when we see a sunrise or a sunset through a valley, we just watched a sunset through a valley on the moon.
Absolutely stunning.
Oh my.
So you said we could see one planet. I see it right there in the
Yep.
sky. Can we see
There you go.
any others as we're looking up?
Yeah, we've got Venus on the over to one side. We've got Jupiter up here to the left of the sun. And there's
This
the
is
corona.
Absolutely beautiful.
That is spectacular.
Now, you also said that this is happening during what we're calling a solar maximum. Now, Patrick, does that mean that the sun is stronger right now than normal?
Not so much stronger, just more dynamic. It's changing a lot. During solar maximum, the magnetic field on the sun is more chaotic, it's more disorganized. So you see more random directions for the jets of gas leaving the sun.
Right.
That is spectacular. We could see a
All
stream.
right, we are reaching
Wow.
that halfway mark already, 2 minutes into totality.
There's even just a hint of a diamond ring down at the bottom.
I can see it. Yeah,
the
we're looking
lower
at a
limb. See
diamond
that?
ring from Arkansas, the Diamond State. Now, Patrick, of course, as we've been talking about it, this is part of what we are calling the heliophysics big year. You are a heliophysics extraordinaire all the way from Washington, D.C. So what does that mean?
Okay, so the heliophysics big year started out in October of last year with the annular eclipse. And of course, we take a pause here in the middle to watch this particular eclipse, but then it will end on December 24th of 2024 when Parker Solar Probe passes as close as it's ever going to get to the surface of the sun within 9 solar radii.
Oh, wow. And I'm sure that means a lot to you because you worked on Parker Solar Probe about 20 years ago during its inception. So tell us a little bit more about that.
I worked on a concept study for Parker Solar Probe back when I was a graduate student in around 2002 or so. And back then, the idea was for it to actually dive into the sun rather than orbit the sun. So it was going to be a sun dive.
Wow, that is fabulous. This must be a very full circle moment for you, right,
This
Patrick?
is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. And that diamond ring has been Wait a minute. That's pink. What we are actually seeing is down into the chromosphere now of the sun. We're seeing a little bit deeper than the corona. I believe it's because of the pinkish color. We're looking down into the chromosphere, which is the next layer of the atmosphere of the sun down.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Oh my God.
This is like nothing we have ever seen here in Arkansas and like nothing we will see for the next 2 decades, right, Patrick?
That's right. It's going to be 21 years before we see it again here. 2045.
All right, so as we are starting to exit totality, of course, we're going to be very careful with our eyes if needed. We're going to put those solar glasses back on, of course. And the crowd just erupting, falling quiet again as they watch this magnificent
Wow, and
moment
I am
take
actually
place.
seeing bats flitting through the air.
Oh, wow. Well, we will be very careful then.
Well, yeah.
And why is that, Patrick? Again, those nocturnal animals are coming out, right?
As far as they're concerned, it's nighttime. It's time to feed. So they're coming out to feed on all the mosquitoes we've been swatting.
Okay, got it. We'll be very careful for all those nocturnal critters around us right now.
All right. We are getting closer. Get ready to put those glasses back
All right.
on.
We're putting those glasses back on. The crowd is, wow, a second diamond ring seen from right here in Arkansas, the Diamond State. Absolutely stunning.
Outstanding.
Beautiful. Patrick, we're going to turn around now and just one question I really do have to ask you before we let you go is, are you Team Sun, Moon, or Earth?
I am Team Sun. Team Sun all day long.
Fantastic. I figured from a heliophysics expert like you. We want to thank the city of Russellville for hosting us, Arkansas Tech University, and our telescope feed operator, Joe Mattis. Thank you so much. Now, let's get back to James Traley over at Kennedy Space Center. James, back to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jasmine. What have you guys had there? So you were just right here in Russellville. You can see that shadow has now officially moved off and is on our way to our next target, which is up here in Carbondale. Carbondale is one of those very lucky cities because back in 2017, they were right at that intersection point of the 2017 eclipse across America. They're there again this year, but the difference is they're going to have a much longer slot. In 2017, they only had 2 minutes, 40 seconds, and that's not as much as they're going to have this year, which is 4 minutes and 10 seconds in the totally eclipsed sun. A really great viewing window for them to really take in this big moment. Very exciting to be able to track that for them as well. And also some details about this tool here as well. If I click onto their eclipse time here of 1:59:15 local time, you notice this little icon comes up here. This is actually simulated based off real data from the Parker Solar Probe of what we expect the corona around the sun to look like. And as you just heard, the sun's a lot more active this time around. It's kind of like a wild hairball, if you will. Lots of different streamers and things streaking off the sun. So you've been seeing already in our coverage some really cool activity around that sun's corona. If you're really lucky and the timing is just right, you might get a coronal mass ejection streaking off the sun. Hoping that someone on our path gets to see that today. If you do, be sure to send us the photos. We'd love to see that as well. One other cool feature about this tool, too, is you can see the actual path that the moon is going to be taking across the sun. And all of this plays in real time if you time it up well. And so you can actually see, if I go to our live moment here, this is actually playing as what we're expecting in real time, the movement of the moon across the sun. Carbondale just has a little progression there. You can see that shadow is really closing in on them very quickly. Let me turn off the 2017 path and zoom in a bit here. You see there, nearing totality in just a few moments. And their weather is looking great. We've been checking in with them all morning and afternoon. 27% cloud cover. That time of totality is coming up at 1:59:15. Really excited. And then it's going to be kind of bang bang for a while afterwards for a lot of our sites. We're going to be moving on to Indianapolis, all the way up to our final target in Holton, Maine. There is a lot coming up. And even again, still, if you're outside of that path of totality, have your glasses at the ready to be able to observe that partial eclipse. This is going to be going on for a while. But for now, let's take a look at Carbondale and see up close what it's looking like. How is it looking over there in Carbondale?
Couple more minutes.
Well, the crowds are going nuts here in Carbondale at SIU at Saluki Stadium. Bob Baer is with us, and Bob, it's amazing. I'm afraid to look up. I know it's not quite ready yet, but tell us, what do you expect here for the eclipse today? Good weather.
It's good weather right now. We have high clouds, so totality is going to look just a little bit fuzzy to us, a little bit hazy, but we are moments away from seeing the diamond ring here. This is awesome.
Oh, I thought we saw it.
I think we got about 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute away. Now, today we're having longer totality. So are you feeling the temperature change? Because I'm already feeling the temperature drop.
I felt the temperature dropping about 20 minutes ago even, and the wind picking up a little bit. And I think, we got 4 minutes and 9 seconds here, so it'll continue to get cooler. And we got a lot to look at in the sky.
I'm very excited. I'm looking up when I can.
Oh, it's so close.
It's getting very dark right now. Very dark. You can see the shadow going across.
This is the start of it. It's dark over here. It's light over there.
This is amazing. Crowds are going nuts. We're about to get word that we're at totality. Oh, you can see the planets. The crowds are going nuts. This is crazy. Bob, this is amazing.
Here we go.
Don't look at the
Close.
sun yet. It's
Real
not quite
close.
totality, but you can still see some of the planets right away.
Very close. You got about 15
And the crowd
seconds.
is very happy.
shadow bands.
Oh, total darkness here. This is incredible. Oh, wow.
There it is.
There
Diamond
it is.
ring.
Diamond ring.
Diamond
Wow,
ring.
it's amazing. It's amazing. That is all. Look at that. Oh, and Bob, that's amazing.
Wow. Jupiter.
Complete totality. I see Jupiter.
Oh my gosh, that is gorgeous.
Wow, this is amazing, Bob.
Wow, that is huge. So we have some prominences. I think we want to go look through the scope.
Go
there.
through, look through the scope. I'm going to walk over with you as you talk through the scope. We are right here at one of the telescopes that we have positioned here. Bob is looking through with the naked eye and
so you got
going to give us some
prominences.
feedback on that. Maybe some prominences we're seeing.
We
What's
got prominences
amazing is
all
how
around
dark it is compared to 2017. Much darker, a lot more astronomical features. We have seen Jupiter, and I believe what planet is that, Bob?
That's Venus
to the right. That's
I
the Venus.
Can't quite see Mercury. I think it's obscured by those light clouds.
Yeah,
up
light
there.
clouds.
But 360-degree sunset around us.
This is amazing.
It's going to get darker.
It's going to get darker.
It's going to get darker.
Wow,
Yeah,
this is already pretty dark.
We are not in the middle of the shadow quite yet.
Wow.
Did you see it?
Yeah, timer started.
Okay, 2:46 to go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we're getting some live data from the team here. I tell you, it's really impressive, Bob, because
oh my gosh, it's getting better. See that prominence at the bottom?
Yes, at the bottom.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 live streams up right now. We are restreaming our own stream. I have my phone outside. This view you're seeing right now is on my cell phone set up outside with a welder's mask glass over top of it so that you can see it the way that you can see it. Right through those clouds. So you can watch on this stream, or you can go over to my other stream. We're on Maple Blazed Productions. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to bounce back and forth, I'm going to put the other Eclipse back on here, and then I'm going to leave my other stream outside up so that you guys can jump back and forth.
They can see our real-time Eclipse.
Yeah.
Real time. Well, they can see ours.
Our real-time.
Well, I want the live because we started on the live, right?
Well, yeah, keep the live Eclipse, but then also keep our Eclipse because it's going to be 2 different things, right?
No, we can't share screen both at the same time.
Oh,
No. That's why I was trying to get
stupid.
Yeah, but couldn't you, like, remember how you guys used to do your lives together on 2 different platforms? Or you'd both be on 2 different, you know what I mean?
No, but
Can't he show the...
We will see shadow bands again here.
You hear the crowd. Everybody's excited.
That's
there
awesome.
we go. What an amazing moment here at Saluki Stadium.
Oh my gosh.
With Bob Bear and 10,000 fans, all loving every moment of it. Bob, some final words.
Well, I think we just had an eagle fly over.
Okay, so
but incredible.
Well, that's one of those things you said. We saw animal reaction, we heard it, we felt it.
It was wonderful. So we got to keep an eye out for shadow bands. We're going to see them again in about 1 minute on the ground here.
Okay, so we'll keep looking for those shadow bands on the ground, but I got to tell you guys back at the studio, I know you guys have seen eclipses already. There's still some to come, but what an amazing moment. Back to you guys. Good weather all the way to the end.
Thank you, Blair. We are in Indianapolis. We are almost at totality. With me, I have Nikki Rail, the Associate Director for Flight Programs for the Heliophysics Division, and Denise Hill, NASA's Outreach and Communications Lead for the NASA Heliophysics Division. You guys, let's get our glasses on. And you can hear the crowds start to roar as everyone gets on their glasses. We are so, so close. Ladies, what are we seeing right now?
I mean, just the ambiance of this moment. It is beautiful. We're just seeing a really small crescent, but the light all around us, it's so dusky.
And I'm
just odd.
It is. I'm feeling a temperature drop already, which I can't believe. It's feeling cooler. The crowd is starting to go wild.
Yeah.
We're still seeing the
Here we
crescent.
go. Here we go.
Getting
All
close.
right.
We are so
All right,
close.
and the best soundtrack you could possibly ask for in the background here.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Oh, we're so close.
Okay, just a little bit left, and you can really hear the crowd taking
here we
off.
go.
They're starting to go wild.
Here we
Excited.
go. Yeah, here we go.
There we go. We're so close.
Here we go. Almost.
Almost. We are so, so close. And we...
Oh my gosh, there's that bright diamond ring. All right. Oh, wow. Look at that. I can see the...
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I can actually visualize the corona. I've always wanted to see that.
Wow. Look at that. Fantastic.
Oh my God, it's gorgeous.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely
An incredible sight.
And dark.
Wow. Look at how dark it is. Oh my gosh.
And you can really see those streamers coming out right now. I'm seeing some bright lights around where we're seeing cratering, and I can see those streamers coming out of the corona.
And are those Bailey's beads? Are we seeing any Bailey's beads?
We were seeing some Bailey's beads. They're transitioning out a little bit, but yes, those bright light where the sunlight is shining through craters on the moon, mountains and craters. And look at those streamers of the corona. It is putting on a show.
Moly.
And it is dark.
Holy moly.
It is dark.
I gotta take a peek at the crowd right now.
Oh, look at the crowd.
Oh
The
my
crowd is
gosh.
absolutely
Oh my gosh.
going wild. Everyone's got their phone out. It is now safe to look at the eclipse without your glasses.
Wow.
What an amazing sight. Folks, we've got 4 minutes here, a little under 4 minutes to enjoy this.
Wow.
And if you were in an open field right now, you'd be able to see a sunset, a 360-degree sunset all
Yes.
around us.
Yes,
And you
I
can see a little bit of
You
that
can
now.
see the light around us a little bit. I have to say, this is my first total eclipse, Denise.
This is my first total
Incredible to see it.
totality.
Wow.
This is a bucket list moment for me.
This is incredible. Really a once in a lifetime, unless you're an eclipse chaser, which I'm considering it.
I might become one after
considering
this.
it.
I quit my job.
Wow,
Oh my
fantastic.
gosh.
Oh
We
my
spent
gosh.
so long trying to see that corona and to see it with my eyes.
Yes.
Your own eyes. Wow, just gorgeous.
I'm just in
Oh,
awe of
yes.
being this person on this rock moving around the sun.
Yes.
I can't even believe it right now.
Yeah, and to share this moment together with 50, 60,000 people all looking up at the moon and the sun all at once. It's just an incredible experience. For all the folks here in Indy and for all the folks watching, I hope you can take, the amazing energy and excitement from this crowd. What a special moment for the United States.
Oh my gosh, did you hear that? Look at this and everybody.
Oh, there we
my
go, the
goodness.
crowds. Wow. Okay, so I think we're seeing, those beautiful
The
prominences.
corona is just putting on such a show right now. It's got my
Yes.
full attention.
Wow.
That's all I can watch.
Holy cow. We've got some very appropriate music going on in the background here.
This is the best version of getting mooned that I have ever experienced in my life.
Don't strain your eyes.
Wow. I am just in awe. There just aren't the right words to describe this.
I'm just noticing it feels so strange to me right now. Like I feel the hair on my arm standing up. I feel like it's nighttime and what am I doing? And it was daytime.
And actually, folks, we are starting to get some nighttime insects coming out.
Yes, we're starting to see bugs.
Yeah, we are seeing bugs in light. It's hard to hear them over the crowd, but I can definitely see them flying.
Yes, I think the animals are a little bit confused. Nikki, while I have you, we've got a lot of programs at NASA looking at the sun. No eclipse glasses required. As the Associate Director of Flight Programs, tell me, what can we expect NASA to be sending to the sun in the next few years?
We are so lucky in the midst of this incredible time of solar max. We're getting ready to. I'm seeing a diamond ring right now.
The diamond ring. Take a look. Take a look. Put your glasses back on. Be safe. That is the diamond ring, folks. Wow, spectacular. Oh my gosh. You can even hear fireworks in the distance.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. And the light is already starting to change.
It really is.
You can hear.
Wow.
And the crowds are loving it.
Hear the crowd just loving every second of it.
Oh, what a moment. I love those fireworks. Indianapolis is really pulling out all of the stops, and we love them for it. I also want to take a moment here to thank our two telescope operators, John and Dana, who have been providing these telescope views for us there from Ball State University. Thank you very much to John and Dana. All right.
It's like somebody flipped the lights back on.
It's
like a sudden switch flip.
This is so crazy.
And I can feel it warming up already.
Yes.
Wow.
This is so amazing.
Incredible. Well, this is an incredible moment and an incredible moment for the Helio Big Year. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. This has been fantastic.
Thank you for having me and sharing
I'm
this.
so excited to be here and to see this incredible sight.
Absolutely. Megan and Sarah, back to you.
Oh, that was so fun to experience, and I can't wait for us to do it now. Take a look at this drone shot where you can see it definitely got noticeably darker. We feel it here. It's colder. The crowd is cheering now. They're ready for totality here in Cleveland, Ohio. We are less than 3 minutes away, 2 minutes and 18 seconds away from totality here in Cleveland, Ohio. The crowd over here to our right going crazy, feeling the excitement. I'm ready for this. How are you?
Yeah, it's super cool. It's all of a sudden it's really getting dark and you're starting to feel it.
Yeah,
so cool.
It's like they just dimmed it out. Now it's like night. This happened within the last couple of seconds. But let's take a look around, because obviously we're not the only ones enjoying the total solar eclipse today. We have some we have some eclipse viewing events that we've seen around the country. So why don't we take a look at some of those? Wow. Oh my gosh. So this is
cool.
Times Square. That's the NASDAQ tower. And they are taking our feed live right now. And we're seeing
awesome.
Cleveland, Ohio sun.
They're only going to get a partial eclipse today, but they get to watch our eclipse with us. So.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they can do that. Wow, look, that sliver of a crescent just left. It's actually perfect on that building.
It's beautiful.
The shape of that building, right? And we can see some people in the foreground taking a look, stopping to watch. It's hard to stop in Times Square, right? But they're stopping to take a look at this with us.
Beautiful.
Oh, awesome. So this is just next to us. This is Progressive Field here in Cleveland, Ohio. So the Guardians have their opening day today, and the first pitch is like after 5 o'clock. But as you can see, they've opened up the stadium, and people are in there to enjoy
big
the
crowd in
eclipse.
there to watch that. That's great.
Yeah, you can. Oh my gosh, it just got darker here.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that's so interesting. And then Mentor Civic Amphitheater again. The field starting to fill, and everybody looking up at the sky for their opportunity to see today's solar eclipse. This is us back here in Cleveland. Everybody looking up at the sky. We have 30 seconds until totality here in Cleveland, Ohio. Oh my God, I have goosebumps everywhere. Everybody's starting to cheer. I might cry. I kind of feel like crying. This is so cool to see. It's getting so dark so fast.
Wow, it's like night just descended on us.
And look at the crescent slowly disappearing. Crowds cheering here. Cell phones up, cameras up. 5, 4, 3, 1, and totality. Totality, everyone.
Oh my God. Oh wow. Oh my God.
I was so nervous.
Wow. I know, I wasn't sure because we had some high clouds, but oh my goodness, you can see that corona extending out. Oh wow.
Yeah, the clouds were really bothering me and really scaring me because it did get very cloudy here in the last hour and a half, but we have a great view here in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes.
Wow, look at the corona.
You can hear the crowd. Wow, everybody's got their phones out.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. You know, I saw pictures of what the shape of the corona might look like from our NASA scientists, and it looks exactly like they predicted.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and you can see Jupiter and Venus.
Oh yeah, look at that.
So Jupiter's to the upper left of the eclipse that we're watching, and just to the right of it is Venus.
Yes. Oh, and I see some of those pink protuberances we've been talking about all day.
Wow.
Beautiful.
And again, all around us you see light, but just at the top where we are.
360 sunset.
Exactly, exactly. Yes, Indianapolis had described that as well. We have totality here for 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
That is such a luxurious amount of time. I saw the 2017, I think we only had about 2 minutes. So.
And why is that? Why does the length of totality differ?
Oh yeah, well, because sometimes the moon is a little closer, a little further away. Its orbit's elliptical. And so when it's further away, it looks smaller in the sky, but when it's closer, it looks bigger, and so we get a little bit more extra time.
Look at the prominence. You can see it on the bottom. On the bottom there.
So pretty.
Wow.
It's like bright pink.
That is insane that you can see it from there. From here.
Yes.
Just like the power of our sun. I'm truly in awe right now. And cold. I'm in awe and cold.
It did drop.
It is noticeably
10
colder.
degrees. It's like, yes.
Yes. Looking around to the crowd. A lot of people videotaping it, trying to take photos.
It's the lovely backdrop of the Cleveland skyline.
Yeah, that's beautiful. We have the stadium right next to us. Oh my gosh. And again, thanking the Great Lakes Science Center and NASA for hosting this event here in downtown Cleveland, Ohio.
It's great to sort of join humanity to all come together at once and experience this together with such a great
look at the screen right now. Here's a shot of the skyline. Wow, the sky looks on fire. Beautiful. A lot of excitement still here in the crowd. Sarah's just taking it all in. Sarah, you're supposed to be commentating. You're supposed to be saying.
It's so beautiful.
So you can tell that we have some cloud cover, right? It's kind of hazy here, but still.
It is, yeah, some high clouds. I was worried about it, but we can still really have a pretty good view here.
Wow. And again, this is so rare for people here in Cleveland to see a total solar eclipse. The last time was 1806. The next time, guys, 2444. That is incredible.
I hope everybody took the time to come outside and witness this today.
Oh my gosh. You can still see that prominence. Again, talk to us about what a prominence is.
Yeah, so that pink color comes from the helium in the sort of outer atmosphere of the sun there. Oh, it's beautiful.
And it gives off that pink glow.
Yeah.
Wow. Totality ending here. Wow, there's the diamond ring. Oh!
Time to get your glasses back out.
Time to put your glasses back on, everyone. That's your cue. Glasses back on.
We get that diamond ring.
Wow.
Beautiful.
What an amazing experience. My first total solar eclipse.
Yes.
Let's see what they think about this in Niagara with Daryl Nail.
Over the entire area. You can hear the crowd erupting at various moments when the eclipse has been seen, but we are under pretty cloudy conditions, and David Sheeny is with us. He's a program executive with the Heliophysics Division. David, this is a challenging situation to be in order to try to see this eclipse. We've seen glimpses.
We have seen glimpses, so we're basically spending our time staring at the sky, hoping for a little bit of a glimpse.
of what would be a totality. So right now, the sky has just completely gone dark. You see all the lights, basically, everybody's cameras and everything else are all making it lighter. And it's gotten significantly colder as well, just over the last several minutes.
It's like, it's fascinating to see it go night like this. We've been listening to everybody across the country enjoying totality and seeing it clear. That's not the experience we're having here. In fact, it's so cloudy that our telescope operator, Jessica Bellina, who's working very hard to try to get a lock on it, has not been able to get that telescope feed dialed in because she has to have a view of the sun in order to see it. So we don't have a feed for you from Niagara. What we have is just every once in a while you'll hear part of the crowd, only part of the crowd will cheer because I guess they kind of have an angle through the clouds to see just a little bit.
Yeah, and the clouds have really only cleared out enough occasionally to even need eclipse glasses. So for the most part, you have a thick enough layer of clouds that you can see the eclipse without them, and it's just fine. So a lot of us have been able to just take regular pictures with our cameras.
Let's take a look and just kind of enjoy the moment of darkness that we're in now. People have come from all over the world to be
you can see some. It looks like it's a little bit lighter up there. Our spotlights are blinding these guys. Can you turn the spotlights down? So there, look, you got a little bit of eclipse right there, with people watching. So we're just catching little glimpses of things as we look up into the sky. So this might not be as exciting as some, but this is what we get. We're just hoping to have a little bit of a glimpse.
Well, we've got 3 minutes and 29 seconds for it to happen. We're already a minute or so in.
Right.
We heard there's going to be skydivers that are going to jump out. Probably hard to see them.
Yeah, I don't know that we'll get to see the skydivers. You can't see any of Niagara Falls really. It's basically all like as if it was night for us here. You can start to see some of the light come in from the other side.
So we're taking now a view of Tupper Lake, New York. That's
oh, look, there you go.
Oh, hey,
there you go. Totality right there. We're getting totality right now that we can see.
There it is.
We just got a really nice clear spot right there. So
wow.
Got a little bit of hole through the clouds so everybody could see.
Just opened up. And now that was the roar from the crowd that you just heard, and just as soon as it showed.
So yeah, we're continuing to watch the totality that we're getting right now. You can see a little bit of hint on the side as it's shining through.
Well, there it ducked down.
Yep.
Jessica,
so here we go. We have another view, a little bit, another little view right here.
No.
As it's starting to peek out around.
Oh, there it is.
So we're going to start to peek out just around right there.
And suddenly night is turning into light and day.
Yeah, we're getting some light again. Oh, although that's a lot of light.
I was worried there for a second that we weren't going to get anything. David Cheney, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you sharing this experience. I was really worried that we were going to see something. Fortunately for everybody here in Niagara Falls, we got to see a little bit of the eclipse. And
yes, we did.
That
was great.
Some of the cheering now. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome.
As we take a look around the falls, and people have not moved. They are still looking up, enjoying the partial eclipse now. We're going to bring in Jeremy Hansen. He is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut who has been at the falls with us for the past few days. And Jeremy, you're going to be on Artemis 2, of course, the mission. We'll talk a little bit about that.
I'm going to be looking over your shoulder here, Daryl.
Hey, make sure you put on your glasses.
Well, we're still pretty safe. We got a lot of cloud cover, but
that's true.
That was actually, I think, exceeded expectations.
Well, I mean, when your expectations start off with just clouds everywhere.
Yeah.
And I didn't think we were going to get anything. How did you feel when it finally poked through?
I felt like success because we all really wanted to see it in totality,
And we might have only saw it for 5 seconds, but we did get to see it, and we could see the corona, and that was just very special for me. So I really like that. And then when it passed totality, it was like this amazing, hopefully the camera captured it, but just like that amazing sunrise just coming across the clouds. Actually, the clouds kind of made a nice backdrop for it. So that was pretty special.
That was very unique, very special. I'm so glad and a little relieved that we got to see a little bit of it. That was the moon passing in front of the sun. You're going around the moon in September of 2025, currently scheduled for that. You'll be the first Canadian to do so. You just saw a real special moment. That's another one. What are your thoughts on
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Radars are tracking.
Ignition squib, motor pressure.
Success. And our second vehicle has left the rail of the ARC launcher here, live from Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. As part of the APEP launches, a 3-rocket salvo that the NASA Wallops Flight Facility is launching today in conjunction with Dr. Aurora Berjadia from the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Florida. APEP, of course, is an acronym. Atmospheric perturbations around the eclipse path. We are launching 3 rockets today, 4 sub-payloads on each, for a total of 12 different data sets that will be collected today and back to the universities and academia for study in our ionosphere. Let's listen in as we're in the plus count.
Did you guys see that rocket launch, guys? That was awesome.
Screen center is our PI, Dr. Berjadia, and his science team.
Swarm squib, all plunger switches. Eject squib, all brake wires.
ACS-1 complete.
Half skirt squib and brake wire.
STM has lock on all Dallas units. All are transmitting at high power.
We had splash on the booster.
ACS-2 aligned and complete.
Birds all day, but it was sort of like birds filling the sky. I thought that was really neat to see. Anyway, thanks for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you for, fill that out in your Citizen Science Journal. Make sure you put that in there because we're doing that. All right, thank you, Jeremy. And I just want to say thank you also to New York State Parks, Niagara Falls specifically. We couldn't have done this without you. So thank you very much. Definitely. We're going to throw it now to Kennedy Space Center where James Traley is tracking totality at Tupper Lake. James?
That's right, Daryl. Yeah, we are still in totality in Tupper Lake. We are nearing the end of our eclipse across North America. You can see our last target of the day, Holton, Maine, is all the way up here, almost off your screen. This speed of the eclipse shadow is moving so quickly across. The ground speed is about 2,000 miles per hour, so that is a fast clip. If you're in the path of totality, really take full advantage of those few fleeting moments to observe this moment. If you're not in that path of totality, or if you missed it, hopefully you didn't miss it because we've been tracking it all day here showing you. If you did miss it, I'm going to zoom way out here and show you what to keep an eye out for in the future. So this is going to be the eclipse path in 2045. We're going to come through parts of Montana into North Dakota in 2044. 2045 is the next big eclipse across America. That's actually going to come, oops, I didn't draw here, there we go. That's going to come all the way from California into parts of Florida there. That is in 2045, so a long time to wait. So really take full advantage of those fleeting moments to be able to observe this moment. I'm going to click on Burlington here, who are also in that path of totality, experiencing that right now too. So just an incredible moment to really see all of this. And Tupper Lake, again, they're still, I think, experiencing that last fleeting moment there. That is just moving off. You can see that is officially now moved off Tupper Lake. Really a fantastic shot. They have that now, that diamond ring effect, that really beautiful shot there. This is, again, such a quick moment, and this doesn't happen very often. It's really a once-in-a-lifetime moment, so take full advantage of this. You can see just how close we are now to Holton, Maine, who are our last stop of the day on our NASA coverage here. This is then going to continue on into parts of Canada and beyond. Holton, Maine, they had some snow past couple days. It seems to have cleared up quite a bit more for them. Really hoping that that holds out for them. They are expecting a duration of 3 minutes and 20 seconds to be able to observe that totality at 3:32:05 local time. Really excited to see that view. You see that shadow creeping so quickly up to them up there. So let's check in with Angelique, who is up there in Holton, Maine. Hopefully it's beautiful weather for you. How's it looking up there, Angelique?
James, it is looking awesome up here. We are just a few minutes away from totality. Can hear people announcing it in the back, and people are getting excited, as am I. And here to share in all of that excitement with us is actually Dr. Eric Smith, the program scientist for the James Webb Space Telescope. Eric, it's so great to have you here.
Oh, it's great to be here, Angelique. This is really exciting.
Eric, is this your first eclipse?
This is the first totality I'm going to see, so I am super psyched, and I am delighted to be here in Maine to experience it.
Yes, and so we've actually been kind of watching as it slowly gets closer and closer, right? And what are we? We're starting to feel it getting kind of cooler. We're seeing the shadows change.
Yeah, we're seeing the light is definitely different from when the sun sets and the shadows get a little diffuse. Here they're still sharp, but the light is diminishing. Your brain tells it something different is happening.
Something is definitely up. So speaking of up, that's where the James Webb Space Telescope is. And what's interesting about the telescope is that it actually can't look directly at the sun, just like we can't.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit more about why that is?
Sure. We designed Webb to look for very faint things in the distant universe. So it's very sensitive for very faint things. Of course, the sun is very bright, and so we had to make sure that it could never look at the sun. We use solar power to power the spacecraft, but the telescope can't look at the sun.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, as it's starting to get a little bit closer to all of the cool phenomenon, the Bailey's beads, the diamond, let's go ahead and put on our glasses.
All right.
So that we can look up and continue chatting. Wow.
Just a little tiny
Just a little bit left. That is incredible. Wow. So, Eric, I have a couple more questions for you. Another thing that I was wondering about is how we can use actually eclipses to study exoplanets, which are planets outside of our solar system, using, I think, the transit method. Is that what that's called?
Yeah. Right now, during an eclipse, the moon...
Sorry, you can hear everybody getting excited. We're getting very close to totality here.
The moon is transiting in front of the sun just the way planets that orbit around other stars transit in front of the star. So Webb can look at those exoplanets and use the transit just like we're staring up at the moon transiting the sun.
Don't forget to hit that like, everybody.
Like you said, literally just when something crosses.
Let's get those likes up.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. Very cool. So throughout the broadcast, we've actually been able to see the eclipse through different telescope feeds. Can you tell me a little bit about what the difference is between, actually, we're going to go ahead.
Oh, here we go.
We're getting really close. Oh my gosh, it looks like just a few more seconds until we are in complete totality. Oh my gosh. 5, 4, 3, here we go.
1.
You can hear everybody cheering. This is incredible. So let's go ahead and take off our glasses. We are in totality now.
Oh, you can see the coronal spikes. Amazing.
That is
beautiful.
Incredible.
You can see a planet in the sky that you couldn't see before.
Oh, wow. And I think, is that one of the, oh gosh, the
there's some drone. There's a drone up there in the sky, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
It's incredible, the rays.
Can anyone see the face or what? There's a face to the right.
Yes.
Anyone see it?
Stunningly beautiful.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
And you can see the gradation in the sky color down to the horizon,
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
I am seeing a bit of that 360-degree sunset.
Yes, yeah.
That is really cool.
It's amazing, even though we're in.
There?
You know,
Anyone see a face there or what?
The corona is still pretty bright.
It is incredibly bright.
You could read by the light of the corona.
I think I would have some trouble reading, but I probably could. I could technically read something. So, Eric, Oh, and actually we have the International Space Station flying over right now, so they are actually seeing not one but two views of the eclipse. They're able to see not just the moon passing in front of the sun, but they're also able to see the shadow of the moon passing over Earth, which is absolutely incredible. I mean, I can hardly imagine a view being better than the one we have right now, but if there is one, it's
probably on the space station.
It's from the space station.
So if we have a firmament and stuff like that, here's my question.
And that is just incredible.
How did they get a space station outside of our
One of the
firmament?
things they told people to do if you're far away was to hear how
Right.
nature changed. And it was interesting here. We're, of course, surrounded by a lot of people just to hear their reaction when we went into totality.
It's true that humans in nature have not gotten quieter, but louder, I would say. But, I mean, you can definitely hear the loudness has a different kind of character to it. There's
Yeah.
almost like a, I mean, I don't know if wonder has a sound, but I think this might be it. Yeah.
Hushed awe.
Yes,
Yeah.
hushed awe. That's wonderful. And I can see just one little red, I guess, like
Yeah, we
protrusion
had
coming
little,
down
little
there.
red spots almost. I noticed those too.
That's cool. Now there are two.
Yeah.
Wow. That is just so cool.
Yeah, I like the 360 sunset. It's a little hard to see behind us, but it's.
Oh, we've
yeah.
got at least one
There-
or two drones.
Yeah, some our robot overlords.
Of course. And so, Eric, I know that, I mean, clearly with the drones, people are starting to get involved in the eclipse, and I know that there are lots of ways that people can actually get involved. One of
Mhm.
those ways is with citizen science.
Right.
Do you mind talking about some of those opportunities, how people can actually...
Sure. We had citizen science programs where people could use their cell phones to take pictures during the eclipse. And
Oh, we're
coming
getting ready
out,
to come out of totality. We're just putting our glasses on.
and here we go. Put those oh, there it is. Oh, it's peeking out. Oh.
Everybody is cheering. We have just made it to the end of totality. We're starting to see the sun just peeking
Oh,
back
and it's
out
amazing.
again.
Now just look at the ground, how much brighter it's gotten.
It is
all of a
already
sudden.
so much brighter. That is so wild. That was probably one of the most amazing
fabulous.
but also fastest 3 minutes of my life.
Yeah.
I wish I could do it all again.
Yeah.
All right, well, that was incredible. Incredible to get to experience that here in Holton. Thanks so much to the city of Holton. And also thank you so much, Dr. Smith, for coming out and hanging out with us and experiencing this wonderful event.
Oh, it was my pleasure, and congratulations to the city of Holton here for doing such an amazing job covering the
Absolutely.
eclipse. It was amazing how
I mean,
well orchestrated it was.
Above and beyond.
Yeah.
And I want to say, of course, a special thank you to photographer Dave Bowman, who has been giving us these incredible images from the telescope feed. And we're going to enjoy as the rest of the eclipse kind of ends here, going back in the direction that it came. And with that, we're going to send it back over to you, Megan.
Alrighty. Thanks, Angelique. So, Gina, I mean, what do you think? Like, we
been
literally have just watched
amazing.
the eclipse travel, what, about 2,600 miles?
Going across
Mexico
US?
to Maine.
Yes.
In like, what, about 88 minutes?
That's right. It's
so
fine.
fast.
That 1,900 miles per hour that the shadow is traveling.
I mean, did you have a favorite location?
For me, I think between Russellville and Dallas, just getting to hear some of my colleagues and their
Right?
excitement
Take
too
it
was
in.
amazing.
Oh my goodness, yeah, no. So, I don't know, I have to be a little bit biased. We did have some cloud cover here.
We did.
But to see it with your real eyes was just...
And we had that moment, which was...
We did,
important, right?
yes. It was amazing. And so it's really cool, too, just to think about how millions of us now have this shared moment of what could be a once-in-a-lifetime event.
It's true.
And so, folks, we have time for some more questions from our viewers. And again, we have another great question from Mackenzie, who's in the 3rd grade.
Okay.
Let's roll it now.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie. I am in 3rd grade. My question is, what is the difference between a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse?
Thank you for that question, Mackenzie. Okay, let's talk about the difference between the eclipses. Now, the solar eclipse that we had today is when the moon crosses between the Earth and the Sun. But we also get lunar eclipses, and a lunar eclipse occurs when the Earth crosses between the Moon and the Sun. So it's really about where the shadow's going. Today we have the Moon shadow projecting on the Earth. During a lunar eclipse, we have the Earth shadow projecting onto the Moon. So that's the main difference there.
That we just saw too, those incredible views from space,
That's
you
right,
know,
from
to
the
see
space
that
station.
second perspective view. And
Yeah.
so I've got another question for you right now. It's going to be Eli on Reddit, who wants to know, there are quite a few solar eclipses in the world every few years. So why is this one scientifically interesting?
Okay, so yeah, we do get solar eclipses and lunar eclipses maybe 2 to 3 times a year. However, the total eclipse that happens today, total eclipses are about every 1.5 years, and that is a rare opportunity for us to look at the corona, study the corona in a way that we can't do during the other types of solar eclipses that we have. So
and during the solar maximum.
Exactly, during the solar maximum. So for this one particular, you know, we were talking about the solar activity that we were seeing on the limbs during the totality. Yeah, there's just a bunch going on today for this eclipse.
And so too, right now we've got another incredible view.
Oh, look at that.
These are live views from space, which is just mind-blowing in general. And now we're also to see the moon shadow across the Earth.
Wow.
It is just amazing. So, you know, Gina, too, thinking about how many people across North America today witnessed this one moment, it's a good reminder that humanity has been experiencing these eclipses for centuries. And, you know, there are different meanings for these events in different cultures. Let's check in with Joy in Dallas to learn more about indigenous astronomy. Joy.
Hi, and welcome back to Dallas, Texas. I'm with Dr. David Begay. He's an indigenous astronomer and also a member of the Navajo Nation. David, thank you so much for joining us. So when people think about science, they might be thinking of Western science. So David, how does that relate to indigenous science, and what did the total eclipse mean to the Navajo people?
I think the knowledge on the eclipse goes way back. From time immemorial, I'm told by my elders. And they knew that when you look at the sun directly, you can damage your eyes permanently. And so they knew that about the danger of looking at the eclipse with the naked eye. So people were encouraged to go inside to ensure that people weren't looking up, especially the kids. So it goes way back. And as far as eclipses, it's a time of renewal, the sun alignment with the moon and also the earth alignment. The whole cosmic cycle goes through a regeneration process. It revitalizes the process. And so it's a gift that goes on for many years, over and over. It's a cycle. And as far as science goes, there's different definition of science.
Thank you, David.
Maybe we can cover it.
Thank you. It's been an honor chatting with you. So thank you to everyone here for joining us. Thank you for the Arboretum for hosting us for this very, very magical moment. This has been an experience of a lifetime, and one that I definitely won't forget. So let's head back to Tahira and Gina in Kerrville, Texas.
Thanks, Joy. We're joined now by Jamie Favors, the director of NASA's Space Weather Program, to tell us more about some cool science that launched today during the eclipse. Welcome, Jamie.
Thanks, Tahira.
Hey,
Thanks,
Jamie.
Hey, how are you?
Good. And so can you tell us, why did NASA launch rockets before, during, and after the eclipse today?
Sure, so it's really to capitalize on this really unique situation. You know, things like this happen every day, you know, going from daylight to, you know, sunset into, you know, darkness. But it happens so quickly that we can make these measurements, one right after the next, to really understand very precisely what's going on in the atmosphere. With sounding rockets, we can do that so quick back to back, the way we can't do with some of the really large rockets.
Okay, so Jamie, how high did the rockets actually go, and what's special about this area of the atmosphere?
Sure, and we just launched the second of those three just a few moments ago, and that's going pretty well so far. These particular rockets are getting about 250 miles above the surface, pretty close to right about where the International Space Station flies. And before you ask, everything's safe. We take care of the.
And it looks like we've got a playback of that right now.
Here we
Oh,
go.
wow.
Perfect.
Can you
Yeah,
walk
so-
us through this?
Sure. So from Wallops Island out in Virginia on the Virginia Space Coast. So these rockets have multiple stages to them. So you're seeing one stage burn for a few seconds, then that drops off, and then the next stage will light to eventually take it all the way up to about that 250-mile mark above the surface to make those measurements in the upper atmosphere.
Wow, that looks incredible.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, and so what is that area of the atmosphere and why do we care about it?
Yeah, so it's the upper part of our atmosphere. It's called the ionosphere. That's really from a perspective of heliophysics, where we really see a lot of that interaction with the sun and the earth. We care about it because that interaction can change the way our GPS signals work, our communication signals work, and even up a little bit higher, we start to see the influence of the sun actually causing the atmosphere to change its density in a way that can impact the way satellites orbit the Earth as well.
Sure, okay. Great.
And so, Jimmy, today we've been doing this fun poll, you know, to see who is Team Sun, Moon, and Earth. What team are you repping today?
Well, other than Team Science.
Don't choose the wrong answer.
Well, my bosses would make sure I go for Team Sun today for sure.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, thank you so much again. Thanks, Jamie. And folks, it is time now to say goodbye to our friend, James Traley, who has made sure we've known where and when to look up all day. James, thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Tahira. It's been fantastic tracking this eclipse across North America all afternoon with you. If you're still in the path of totality, you might be in a boat somewhere off the Canadian coast taking this all in. I hope you enjoy that view, that fleeting moment. We've made a big journey across. I can zoom out here on our eclipse board. You can see we started all the way down here in Mazatlan, Mexico. We've trekked all the way across and are now, like I said, breezing past Canada now into the Atlantic Ocean. It's been fantastic to track this. And if I turn on the shadow of our penumbra, you can see this highlighted area. Anywhere in there is still experiencing a partial eclipse. So if you're in that partial eclipse area, be sure to have your eclipse glasses at the ready so you can take in that fleeting moment. We just went outside a few moments ago here at Kennedy Space Center to take it in. It's fantastic, beautiful views, really cool to see. You got like a little chunk out of the sun there for us here, only about 50% coverage, but still fantastic to see. So really, it's been phenomenal. We've lucked out in general with the weather all of today too. That was the biggest concern I had going into the day here. It's been beautiful views up and down here, and so really fantastic to see this. Really been a lot of fun tracking this with our Eclipse Explorer. A big thanks again to our scientific visualization studio for putting this tool together. But for now, back to you, Tahira.
And here with us now is NASA Chief Scientist, Dr. Kate Calvin. Kate, welcome.
Hi, Kate. Hi, nice to be here.
So happy to have you back here again. I know we had the pleasure of sharing the stage together for the annular eclipse.
Right.
Now, with today's total solar eclipse, can you tell our viewers what would you say is the #1 takeaway from today's events?
I would say the #1 takeaway is that our universe is beautiful and understandable. We all got to experience this together today. We could predict when it would happen, and we did a lot of science today.
That's great. So speaking of the science that was conducted, you know, how does that fold into kind of the greater science that we're doing with NASA in the future?
Yeah, so we did a lot of science today, and a lot of it really complements science that we do all of the time. So one of the things we were really looking at today was the corona. The moon blocked out the sun so that we could see that part of the sun.
That's how you do promotion, guys, right there.
A mission called Parker Solar Probe.
That's how you get promotion right here, guys.
Closer and closer to the sun so that we can study the corona with that. We were also looking a lot at how the eclipse affected Earth. So we had a citizen science project that looked at how the eclipse changed temperatures and clouds. We have a mission
Christy
that
Pitts
launched
was
2 months
bumping.
ago that studies clouds all the time, a mission called PACE. It'll tell us more about oceans and atmosphere on here on Earth. And one of the other things we do is we develop instruments called a coronagraph. So the moon blocked out the sun today so that we could see that corona, but we can make an instrument that does that. And so we have an upcoming mission called Nancy Grace Roman that's going to
Cooperative, are you, you're on Musketeer Media, aren't you?
At NASA, honestly. And you know, I understand that the Heliophysics Division has a big sun celebration going on right now, the Heliophysics Big Year. Kate, could you tell us how we could get involved in this and really just celebrate our star?
Yeah, this total solar eclipse was just one event in a series of this heliophysics.
Well, I hope that you are also on
closest approach to the sun,
and subscribed to Maple Blaze Productions.
And if you want to know more, you can find us on social media at NASA Sun.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kate, for being here with us. It was really special to share this moment with you.
Thanks, Kate. Nice to be here.
And Gina, this has been an honor. I mean, my goodness, like to have the annular eclipse with you, then to share this total solar eclipse with you.
I know.
Thank you so much. And do you have any final thoughts?
You know,
Woohoo,
this was
much
amazing. It was
love.
great to hear the energy here.
The total was
so
just
great
a whole
to be with
nother
both
level.
of you, you know.
Yeah.
Once again,
This is
thank you for
me
having
and
me.
Chris's channel
Absolutely.
together, the
And
Maple Blazed.
a big thank you to the city of Kerrville, Texas, the Parks and Rec team, and all the people that made today's incredible
Make sure you get your
event
votes in. We got some
possible. I
polls
also
up.
want to thank our telescope operator
Ugh.
Catherine Troach, for
25
this
minutes.
of totality here in Kerrville. Folks,
25 minutes until launch number 3, and then after that next launch, I think I'll probably end her off.
Thank you to Hira and Gina, and also Kate Calvin. And now check out who we have here.
I
as
met
the host
Chris
guest,
twice.
the
Oh,
astronaut
nice. That's
himself,
awesome.
Josh Dobbs, who just signed on as quarterback for the 49ers. How do you feel about that?
I feel good. I feel good. It's exciting times.
Nice,
obviously,
that's
I spent a
awesome.
couple years here in Cleveland. Got a chance to have some fun over at NASA Glenn during my time here. So it's cool to be back and take
I've
in
met
the
too many
Eclipse
people
here
to
in
know
Cleveland.
exactly who
Looking
I've
forward to the
met.
future in San Francisco. I know NASA's
But
doing some
with-
great work out there on the West Coast, so we'll be able to stay tuned to
Excuse
that
me.
as well.
Unless I've made like a big
People who don't
impact
know,
in my
the
life.
astronaut nickname comes from some incredible plays you had last year, and also you have a background here with us at NASA with some externships, but also you're an aerospace engineer.
I was
so
in
how
costume
did it
when I
feel
met him too.
being
Oh,
back
nice.
here
That's awesome.
specifically in Cleveland to watch the total solar
Heck
eclipse?
yeah.
It felt really good. You know, when this event was put on my radar about a year ago in last August.
Sounds good, Ann.
Like the eclipse is coming straight through Cleveland.
I was trying to go into the chat there, but I have to go on my phone and accept the message requests first, and then I can see the chat. So I couldn't do it on the computer. I think our other live is probably ended by now.
It's been great. I think like the biggest thing that I've enjoyed is
Oh,
just seeing
no,
interest
it's
from
still
the city of
alive.
Cleveland and how many people traveled
Just
here
sitting there
to take
doing
a measurement
nothing.
today, and to be able to then also go learn
Damn.
about the future of NASA
That
and the future of
sucks.
space exploration as well at the same time. It's
So
been
I gotta go
once-in-a-lifetime
get in there and
opportunity
end
to
it
take in,
somehow.
and it's been an honor to be here.
So, you know, Josh, NASA is really committed to inspiring the next generation through discovery. Do you think maybe
Today,
a few new
I
future
went
scientists and engineers here today?
I think so. I think so. There's a wealth of
as
youth
the
walking around here
astronaut.
and
Nice. That's
taking
friggin'
in
awesome.
Not only obviously the blow-ups and the displays outside, but also the Great Lakes Science Center inside, and just seeing the history of the space program. I think that gives them perspective, and so that's just like NASA. That's
You're
been
not
my
by
approach. You
chance
know, I think
the
youth obviously is the next generation.
the guy
that
who
have a
dresses up
tremendous
in the
impact on
big
world, and being able to inspire the youth out here. And the
Yeah,
youth
it did
across
get
the
really
country
cold
that
out of
if you have
nowhere.
interest in STEM,
You're
and
not by
also really
chance
good
the
at
guy that
sports,
dresses up in the
you don't have to
Pfizer
split your
costume to
eggs
give
here.
everybody
You don't have to split up your eggs, right? Like you can go out, put all your
to
eggs
give
in both
everybody their
baskets and work
alcoholic
hard to
shots, are
achieve
you?
those goals and dreams.
Now, Josh, we have time for one other
At
question.
the
It's the
no,
most important
I don't
question we're going
remember.
to ask you.
Okay.
Who
There was
the
someone
star
walking around
today?
with a
Was it
giant
the
needle,
sun,
and one of my
the
buddies,
moon,
man.
or
Jab
the earth?
man, no, yeah,
Say the
Jab
right thing,
man.
Josh. Say the right thing.
No, okay.
The star of the day was the moon. I gotta go with it.
I only asked because you said you're a costume guy. I like the costume guys. I love all the costumes you guys come up with, man. It's really
I
cool.
appreciate your honesty. Right. I appreciate your honesty. And I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, Josh. And it was great to have you here with us.
Thank you guys for having me.
All right. So we talked about this controversial but friendly competition. So actually, we asked you guys to vote. We have the results of that poll right now. Let us bring it up. Wow! All right. Congrats, Sarah.
Yep, they've shot off too.
Team Earth, 26%. Team Sun, 26% as well. But Team Moon, 48%. Congrats, Team Moon.
Go Team Moon.
All right, again, thank you to everyone who participated. We were the real
Yeah, they've
winners
shot
today,
two,
though.
and then the
Those who got
next
a show,
one
but we're going to send it back over
is
to
right here in
Minneapolis for another
22
really important
minutes.
interview.
Thanks, Megan. We are back here in Indianapolis. It has been an incredible day, and it is not over yet. With me, I have Jake Bleacher, the Chief Exploration Scientist for NASA. Jake, welcome.
I could not be happier to be
How was that eclipse for you, really quickly?
That was amazing. It's getting warm again. I still have my fleece on from when we were in totality.
That was incredible. Well, today has been all about the eclipse, all about the sun's light. And I want to pivot a little bit here because you're getting astronauts ready to go back to the moon, live and work there for the first time in 50 years. How the sunlight shines on the moon also very crucial to what we're trying to do there?
Yeah, well, just like this eclipse, it's the celestial dance between the sun, the earth, and the moon. And when we go to the moon, we'll actually have instances of eclipses where the earth will eclipse the sun.
Wow.
So it's something to think about. But we're really interested in the lighting in the South Pole. Our Artemis 3 mission will land astronauts at the South Pole. And there, because the moon has almost no axial tilt,
Were
the
you at
light,
Von
the
Mills
sun
for
is
the
always
Dutch
right along the
farmers?
horizon. And so high peaks have sunlight more than normal amounts of time, and
No,
low
I don't
depressions
think
have
I was.
almost no sunlight or never see the sun. And so we
I
think there
do
might
not
actually be
believe I
water trapped there.
was.
So one thing that we've talked a little bit about on the broadcast is space
Oh,
weather.
excuse me.
Space weather is really important to
I went to
understand,
Toronto for some of the
especially when it comes to the
marches.
safety of our astronauts.
What's that on
We
the tip of the
describe how the
sun?
instruments Ursa and Hermes are actually
Do you
helping
guys
keep
see
our
that
astronauts
right here?
safe.
What is that?
Ursa and Hermes are payloads, science instruments that we'll have on our Gateway. Gateway is going to be a station, a research station that orbits the moon, and astronauts can stop there on their way to the surface of the moon. And these payloads or these science instruments will be there to basically detect what the solar weather is like, what we call space weather. So that radiation.
Okay, yeah, I think I was out west at that time there,
Understanding your weather is the best way to be prepared
citizen.
for it.
Absolutely. Well, you've given us a lot to be excited about. Jake, thank you for being here on this incredible day.
I would not have missed it.
Well, folks, that is all we have from Indianapolis. Thank you for joining us.
But what is this right here? What's on the, what is that?
Absolutely intended. And
What
we've
is
had
that?
an amazing
I'm confused.
time. So from all of us here, back to you guys.
Thank you, Lauren. I did enjoy your pun. And now back here in Cleveland, we are joined by Jimmy Kenyon, director of NASA's Glenn Research Center. Thank you for joining us and for hosting us
19 minutes
today.
till the third launch.
Well, so yeah, Glenn Research Center is right here in Cleveland,
Hit
just down
sun
the road.
nipples.
The only NASA center.
Look at, they're gone
The
now.
only one in today's path of totality. Literally everything alive.
Now that I
for us.
pointed
We've
it
got a
out,
great show here.
I think one of
Absolutely, and
NASA's people are watching us restream because now that I pointed it out, it's gone.
Better weather. And
It
it's
just
springtime in
disappeared.
the Midwest. That's always a little
The
bit
sun
of a debate,
nipples
but we
disappeared.
could
Their
not imagine better weather. What
CBC
a great
cooperative,
outing. We're here with our partners at the Great Lakes
Citizens
Science
Broadcast
Center, and which hosts our
Cooperative.
visitor center, so where the people are, and
Yep.
and just a great
Oh, it
opportunity
switched.
to have
Okay.
everybody here and connect them with what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hosted
It
this
switched to
wonderful three-day event here and invited the community and all your
Cleveland.
visitors in to come and explore and learn a little bit about Glenn. Why was that important to you?
It's important, but well, as you know, having a total solar eclipse pass over your community is, for most people, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But to have a total solar eclipse
Defund
pass over
NASA.
a NASA community like
Right.
Cleveland,
Right.
that's even more rare. But what
Yo,
it does is it
Jefferson
creates
Hall,
such a
what's
great
going on?
opportunity to connect people
We're
with
just
what we do.
filming
Everybody
the
is here, paying
great
attention to
doomsday
planets, paying
solar
attention
eclipse, you
to
know?
the moon and the sun and how all of these things work, our solar system and our universe, and that just gives us
The
a great
great
opportunity to say, this is what we do,
doomsday.
and connect people with that. And that's, you
I
can't
wanted to
imagine
show
a better
everybody that they're
opportunity yet.
safe.
Right, and speaking of all, like you said, the science, all this discovery that we're enabling today by the eclipse, you know, let's talk more about the science, you know. I know that nothing flies without Glenn. That's what you love to say, Jimmy.
What's that?
So can
Christy
you explain
Pitts, what's
the
that?
center's critical role within NASA?
At NASA Glenn,
People cheered
we
at
work
maximum.
on
That's all right, eh?
aircraft propulsion, spacecraft propulsion, power for both aircraft and spacecraft, communications. We also work on materials and testing in extreme environments, but our core competencies of power, propulsion, communications. No aircraft and no spacecraft flies without those three things, and they never will. And so NASA Glenn is literally part of virtually every NASA mission.
Well, Jimmy, thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here and again hosting us. This was a wonderful event. I know so many people joined us
Jefferson,
here.
how you doing
We
today?
were watching. We were looking out at the crowd.
Yeah.
Lots of smiles. So really, thank you so much. You and the Great Lakes Science
And
Center.
thank you for being here. And being
Apparently in
partners with us and
Arkansas,
really putting NASA.
they
NASA
got
Glenn
thousands
on the
of
map
people
Thank you, Jimmy.
in the
Thanks so much. Have a great
streets
day.
having a big
All right, and a
tailgate
big thank
party,
you to our whole team positioned across the path,
watching
from
the
our
eclipse.
correspondents to our experts and
We
our
should have did
telescope
that in
operators.
Ottawa. We
couldn't
should
have
all
done
went to
it
Ottawa and had a
without
big
all of
tailgate
you.
party for the
And Sarah,
eclipse.
as we're taking again this aerial
And like,
shot
you
of the
shall
Great Lakes
not
Science
kill us
Center.
all.
So beautiful. Such a wonderful way to experience my first
It is
total
beautiful, but
solar
where'd the
eclipse,
sun
and I hope
nipples
you had a
go?
good time too, because I know this isn't your first total solar eclipse.
Yeah, this is my
Right,
second, but it was
Sizer?
really great and special to be able to experience it with you and all the folks here.
You're saying, yeah.
We did notice that people right after, though, people were like, "Whoa!" They were trying to get out. There's a
Yo,
lot of
Donut
really
Dan
fun
in
things
the
happening in Cleveland, so there's a lot
house.
of
What's
people in
going
downtown.
on?
So
As soon
I
as
hope
it
that they
went
took
sun
some time
out
to
here,
look up
lots
today
of dogs
and really
started to
enjoy what they
bark. It
saw.
was
Yeah,
weird.
not only all of the great views that we had, but we also really did some cool
Were they
science today,
outside or
too.
inside,
Yeah,
Ann?
really, really cool science. And actually, yeah, let's talk about
No
that. You
woke
know,
bullshit in the
NASA's
south, right, Sizer?
heliophysics big year isn't over yet. You know, we
Straight
had
up
the
fucking
annular eclipse,
tailgate
then we had the
partying, like,
solar
let's go.
eclipse,
You
and
think you're
now
gonna
talk
take
to
us
us
all?
about
You
what's
think this is
happening this
doomsday?
year.
Bring it
Coming
on,
up
baby.
on Christmas Eve, in fact,
Outside,
Progress
okay,
will
yeah,
make
that
its
makes sense.
closest approach to
So
the
we had
sun
our
in
dogs
3.9
outside,
million
but we
miles,
brought
which
them
still
all
seems like a long way to
inside,
me, but apparently
and
that's actually pretty
they were
close.
fine.
Yeah, I can't believe that's happening. Again, just that it's all, we've been saying this all day, aligning.
They
Everything
were
is
fine,
aligning
so
for us to have a beautiful show. And so, yeah, you know, Sarah, again, thank you so much. You know, we watched this together, race across Mexico to Maine in only an hour and 28 minutes. And again, we have so much more to look forward to. So we hope you all stay with us as we continue studying our sun and how it affects us, from all of us here at NASA, where we make air and space available for everyone. Thank you for watching. And
hey,
enjoy
you
the
hear
rest of your
that?
day.
Did you hear that? Tell me you guys heard. Hold on, I gotta turn this down for a minute. Did you hear that? Thanks for being here with us at NASA, where we make it air and whatever possible for you. They basically just told us that they control the air.
You got gas can.
How crazy is that? Did anybody catch on to that? Anybody? Yeah, that they control our air and space. Did anybody catch on to that? Hey, look, there's a rocket. Look at all the people in front of the rocket. They're all gonna get blowed up.
Take a moment, make sure you engage that subscribe button.
Just
You never
kidding.
miss another live launch coverage, docking, undocking, or return to
20 minutes it says on here.
across the country here today. It's not too late to send us in those photos in the Discord or on social media of what you
So what makes this eclipse so different than all the rest? Why did we have to prepare worldwide so much? Meanwhile,
and the UK. Thank you so much for
I'm still alive. How you guys doing? You guys all alive over there? Everyone in chat? Cooperative, Ann, Sizer, Donut Dan, Jefferson, you guys are still alive right now, eh? You're not just talking through like imaginary. I'm not imaginarying this.
But before Delta IV Heavy
Yeah, I gotta make it sound funny. Got to make it sound funny. Don't forget to hit that like, all. Don't forget to hit that like.
This is currently scheduled for
Radiation. I'm
10
awesome, right? Aren't we all awesome though? I downloaded. Perfect. Perfect. Or uploaded. Oh. Either one.
If you haven't yet, also head on over to the launchpad.shop. That's where you can get your limited edition solar eclipse gear. We've released a few items to commemorate today's absolutely incredible day. And make sure you stay tuned
Look
to the
at
launchpad shop.
that rocket.
4 to 48 hours.
Kazaa!
Some collections
Rocket
of
Man!
captured by our incredible rocket chasers and crew stationed across the country.
Are you guys all rockets? Rocket men and women?
They stayed for totality and got the first flights back to the Space Coast to make it back in time for the final flight of Delta IV Heavy tomorrow. So a huge shout out to all of them. But as
I like to rock and roll all night.
The final 12 and a half minutes.
Are they saying to blow up the moon? I don't know. Do you want me to turn it up a bit?
Launching from Wallops, Virginia. This is the third of 3 that they were launching today during the solar eclipse. One prior to their peak eclipse, one during peak eclipse roughly, and now the final one here. The first 2 lifted off and had successful deployment of all of their payloads, and we are hoping to see a third successful one here today.
My body-worn camera wasn't on by accident.
In the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live as well.
I may just
and
be
sure
a vivid
hallucination.
hallucination.
It's free to join, and that's where our
Well there,
community
Donut
is
Dan.
in between streams.
I think
We'll drop
that's a
the links for
problem
that
there,
in the
sir.
chat.
I
Now, if
think
you
that
love
might
space
be
and
a
you want to help
problem there,
inform and
sir.
inspire the next generation, consider taking a moment and filling out one of our quick applications. We'll drop the link for that in the chat as well. We are currently looking to expand our rocket chaser team around the world, as well as our TLP
My
moderator
costume
team
got
to
in the
help
way of
keep these
reading it.
streams as family friendly as we can in the chat, as well as Discord, as well as expanding our team with our new shop team and with our journalist team as we get ready to relaunch the Launchpad News. So if you have a passion
And
for
pull.
journalism, hosting, or just space in general, take a moment, fill out one of those quick applications. We would love to hear from you. As I said, we've got lots of launches coming up this year, so make sure you engage that subscribe button and let's listen back in to Wallops Mission Control.
Good job on
the
the
final terminal count of the third flight from Wallops, Virginia here today. Thank you again so much for joining us for this truly incredible day. The final total solar eclipse, the next one passing through the United States, won't be for 20 years, but the launch pad will be here to cover it then, and all the eclipses and everything space between now and then. Stay with us.
On 2 today, we're going to get our third, which will be quite a milestone. I know in the past we've launched HREX with a 5-rocket salvo. I don't remember the year. I was in surveillance at the time. I don't remember the year, but we did launch 5 in 5 minutes back in 2000 teens. We're Googling right now. We're trying to figure it out. 2012? Not quite to the teens. Okay. 2012, 5-rocket launch from right here at Wallops Flight Facility. Today, we get to experience 3 inside of a total eclipse here on the East Coast, only 81% totality. We're coming out of it now. If you're able to make it outside, we both stuck our head out and felt the change in the atmosphere. It got chilly. It got dark, like it was going to rain. Yeah, the birds.
There, I just put a Q&A inside of the
it's a beautiful sight.
Maple Blaze Productions chat there.
It was different. Definitely a change. Drop in temperature. The sunlight.
Make sure you answer the question on the question.
We'll stand by now as we're approaching. Here we're going to lock on 10 minutes, I think, and counting.
Whoops.
And boom, we're there. We're 10 minutes and counting. Now for our third and final launch, we'll listen in and wait for the PI to give us his go when to pick up the count. And we'll get a new targeted T0 for you in just minutes.
Pop out chat. What's that? Oh, look at that.
Go for TV.
Break the chest, break the
We're
chest.
looking at a new T0 of approximately 1620, adding 5 minutes, and we'll update that as time moves on.
Bro, there's a super strong skeleton.
3 copies.
Super strong skeleton. I died. We'll have to run.
Yeah, I don't know why that muted. Apathy, ignorance, infighting. Same as every day. Oh yeah, this one's muted. This one's not. Okay, perfect. I was playing through myself. Nice.
Yeah, well, still, it's gonna take so long to get right back where we were. No, just make it touch the water. It'll die if it touches the water. Here, I'll just stand far away. Over here, base. It's over here.
Oh wow, my post reach went
There we go.
down.
I want it. It's full inside of the cave, and I have 3 sand shells. Spiders. A lot of them. No, you need your loot. No, we both need to go. Stop being a wuss and come with me. Wait, no! Our beds are gonna appear outside of the cave. We don't have to go in the cave. They're gonna appear right in front of the cave. So come with me. And I found some more spiders. So hurry up. Oh, what are you doing? I'm not grabbing your not grabbing your chest. I'm not grabbing your bag. No, you need all your room.
Citizen, I just went and sent you a subscription and I read a bunch of stuff there and I went and gave you a bunch of likes. Don't forget to hit that like, everybody.
It shows up on your map. You'll see a backpack symbol. Yeah, I know it doesn't appear. Yeah, I know it doesn't appear. Yeah, this way. It's this way. Sucks you can't mark it on the map. Step on that. Oh, I got pickaxe.
TD programmer.
Go for TD.
We're not going to be picking up at 2020, is that correct?
TD's a PM, yes, we intend to pick up.
Want to pick it up at 2010?
No, Roger, I was looking at the wrong display.
Oh. All right.
This is SRPO to TD. We do want to go ahead and pick it up on the next even.
4 minutes.
Next even.
4 minutes, guys, till the launch.
We'll be picking it up at 2011.
You're gonna see the launch from right here.
It makes you go faster. It makes you go faster.
So as we just heard, we're preparing to pick
yeah,
up
a little
accounts.
bit, Marvin. They're still showing it in other places. If you want to rewind, I did have really good footage of the Eclipse, what it looked like. I had it on my camera,
4:21
and I also put
Eastern time from
what do you call it?
50K launcher, the third and final rocket.
We used welder glass, like welder mask glass.
As we prepare to enter the terminal count at 10 minutes. Let's listen in to range control.
So we got some really good footage there, Marvin. Go check it out if you want to rewind or whatever. But this launch is going to happen in 3 minutes, so maybe do it after that if you don't want to miss this launch. It's going to be really cool.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to turn this up now, and I'm going to stop commentating until after the launch is over. Much love, everybody.
PLC check 535. ACS check 538, 539.
SRPO TD, are we counting straight through?
Stand by.
RC DPM.
RC, go.
Requesting interrogation of transponder.
In work.
PLC check 536. PLC check 537.
MNO DPM.
MNO.
Record RF parameters and report TM lock.
Stand by.
TD PM, we will be holding it T-minus 3 minutes for no more than 5.
PM copies.
TD copies.
DPM MNO. Our parameters recorded nominal. TM is locked.
Copy that. Check 541, 542.
RSO, this is PM.
This is RSO, go ahead.
We're going to hold it T-minus 3 for not more than 5 minutes. How's that?
Yeah, that hopefully should be no issue.
Copy, thank you.
And TD programmer copies 3 minutes. Hold.
And DPMRC.
Go ahead.
Beacon is trackable. Good 5 code, good lock.
Thank you, sir. Check 543.
As we listen in and hear the range, check through the go no go criteria for the launch countdown. We passed 7 minutes 30 seconds and counting with an expected hold at T-minus 3 minutes from SRPO and the PI.
SPLC
Something
check
the
544.
PI would like to see probably science-wise. We're
DPM.
experiencing no weather or range Fowler phenomena currently, so we're good to
Verify and
go
report
for
nominal
launch.
signal strength and
Just going to get to a
deviation.
spot where Dr. Aro Rajadia, our PI, is happy with the science, and we will launch our third and final rocket today as part of NASA's atmospheric perturbations around the Eclipse Path, or APEP, mission
SPLC check
from
548.
Wallops Flight Facility here in Virginia.
ACS check 546.
Again, at
EXP
3
check
minutes, we will hold for no longer than
payload.
5. So let's listen in, and we'll
MNO
target a new
DPM.
T0.
MNO, VPM, this is MNO. MNO, I can give you readout has a lock on swarms 1 through 4. 6 TM, lock on 1 through 3.
Copy that, MNO. Check 549.
STM check 550. EXP check 551, good swarm data.
RSO, ROA.
This is RSO, go ahead.
Provide final wind weighted settings for 50K.
I'll stand by for after this.
SPLC check 552.
Final wind weighting settings are as follows. Azimuth 101.2, elevation 79.2.
Azimuth 101.2, elevation 79.2.
Good read back.
LC, ROA.
Go for LC.
50K launcher, final wind weighted settings are azimuth 101.2, elevation 79.2.
LC copies and work. ROA LC.
Go ahead.
50K launcher final wind weighting settings are azimuth 101.2, elevation 79.2.
Copy that. Check 555.
Three minutes and holding.
RSO PM.
This is RSO, go ahead.
How long could we hold here with our current balloon?
Stand by. We could do maybe another 5 minutes, but if we're going to go much past that, we're going to have to do another balloon. That's going to take time to actually get that balloon up there, going, cut settings, and get you new settings. So it's hold another 5 minutes, and then it's going to take some extra time.
Copy that, RSO. Thank you. Is that 5 minutes from right now, or 5 minutes from what the plan we have right now?
That's 5 minutes from right now.
Copy. RSO, this is PM.
This is RSO, go ahead.
We're looking at picking up the count at 1625 local, which would put us at a T0 of 1628. Will your balloon still be good by then?
Stand by. So we're okay with that as the absolute maximum, but obviously you're incurring extra risk of us going out in variability. So, but anything after that, we're definitely going to have to get up another balloon. PM, did you copy?
Copy, RSO. TD, we're going to target 1628 for our T0. You copy?
Copy. You copy, programmer?
Programmer copies. Targeted T0 2028 Zulu.
All right, so we just heard a new T0 1628 now targeting. You heard a little chatter there between the PM and the RSO and the TD asking about balloons. We do launch weather balloons here that give us wind-weighted settings for our launchers. So the balloons are launched from Wallace Flight Facility, mainland and island, and we get from that, we get at altitude wind, velocity, and direction. So the range safety officer and their team will evaluate the wind weighting settings, the data from the balloons, in order to give us good settings for the launcher settings for the rail. So that's what you heard, RSO. He didn't want too old of data. We like to keep our data fresh on what the winds are at elevation, so we know that we are providing safety to the public out there when we launch these vehicles from the launcher. So that's what you heard there in that little interchange there between RSO, PM, and TD in our efforts to get the science window, the PI wants, and remaining within safe parameters for launch. So we are now, we're still at 3 minutes in holding. When we pick it up, we're looking at a 1628 or 2028 GMT launch, which would be just over 4 minutes from now.
All stations this net, all stations this net. Stand by to pick up the count in less than 30 seconds.
All right, as we heard from PM, we're about to pick up the count in 15 seconds. We will be 3 minutes from counting. Lots of range chatter going on the net. So we will stand by. We've got a great picturesque view there off of our front porch in the Atlantic Ocean and our 50K launcher for our third and final launch as part of the APEP mission.
PLC check 556. PLC check 557.
ACS check 558.
M&O DPM.
DPM, this is the M&O. I can give you a good TM lock and verify no changes on TM signal strength.
Copy that. Check 559561. RC DPM.
RC go.
Confirm no change in transponder.
Confirm, no change.
Check 560.
PLC check 562 and 563.
Actual launcher settings are azimuth 101 decibel 2, elevation 79 decibel 2.
PTM check 564.
PLC check 565.
Copy that. LC check 566.
ACS check 567.
Experiment, you go.
Experiment go.
PLC. PLC go. PTM.
Go.
STM. STM go. ACS.
Go.
PI.
Go.
SRPO.
Go.
Check
1 minute.
568, 569.
SPLC check 571. Go.
50 seconds. Minus 40. Minus 30.
Arm verified. Check item 575.
Minus 20, 19, 18, 17, 16,
check
15,
577.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, T0. Radars are tracking. Plus 10.
Ignition.
Look at that rocket go, guys. Look at that rocket go.
Plus 20. 2 and 3 on the booster.
Just saw it here in Canada. Yeah. Me too, Rodney.
Plus 30.
We just were looking at the end of it. That's why I wasn't here for a minute. We were looking at the very last end of it. Just seen the end there. She's just at the very tip.
Plus 40.
Burnout.
And look at, so we don't see anything. They're gonna switch the screen.
50.
Do you see any explosion? Nope. See, they switched the screen.
1 minute.
Set squib and brake wire.
Why would they switch the screen?
ACS 1 on. Door squib and all plunger switches. Eject
one
squib,
line.
all brake wires.
Holy crap! Rollers can one-shot
Skirt squib and brake
streams.
wires.
Rollers can one-shot streams.
Flash on the booster.
Yeah.
ACS 2. STM has lock on all swarms. All are transmitting at high power.
All radars on payload.
Boom deploy squib.
ACS-2 aligned.
All pods.
Where I'm Cerberus, why are the wolves attacking me? I am. Oh, you're just a weird woman with a yellow hat. What do you mean you're a wolf?
And as we hear the chatter quiet down, we heard we had splash on the first stage. We also had good tracking on the radars. The PI seems happy now. They're at the bottom center screen. You see the PM behind him, test director up on the pedestal. Everyone now intently looking at data screens directly in front of them on our video wall in the range control center. And they will collect the data now, head back to the laboratory to make sure they get everything happy. Want to thank you for joining us today for the coverage of our NASA's APEP mission, an acronym for atmospheric perturbations around the eclipse path. I just had to say that one more
So
time.
it looks like it's all done, ladies and gentlemen.
So we launched 3 rockets today as part of a salvo on all 3 of our launchers from the pad on Wallops Island. Pretty exciting day. I hope you enjoyed the eclipse. We'll leave you with a What's Up at Wallops video here, and we'll see you again. Look, make sure you tune in to our social media pages for updates on everything going on at Wallops. Good day.
Yeah, that's a good question, Marvin. It's a very good question.
I'm running for my life.
That's a very, very good question. So that's over now. That's over now. The eclipse is done, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, that's over and done with. I guess we will move on. I'm going to end this off, and NASA just firing one for an excuse to keep their jobs, right? I have no idea why they're firing the rockets. I think they're trying to maybe, I don't know, destroy the moon or the sun, or I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining today. I hope you all have a very wonderful day. Clearly, we're all still alive and not dead yet, so they're looking for atmospheric perturbations.
Wait, did you pick up your bag? Did you pick it up? Okay.
They film movies at NASA hangars in Florida. Let that sink in. Yeah, let that sink in with their let it sink in with their underwater experiments. It will be seen by many, and you know it. Marvin, yes, that is one thing I do know, and I am very confident of. I know that we don't always have people in while we're live because people have jobs and lives and stuff like that. This is kind of what I do for a living, is bring information to people. Motivation, inspiration, love, hope, all of it. You know, show all the corruption in the world. Show that all this shit is like kind of fake. And yeah, so I know it'll be seen. I know we have a big audience. Thank you very much, everybody, for participating, for joining, for liking, for sharing, all the above. I appreciate each and every single one of you guys. We all do. And again, I hope you all have a beautiful, beautiful rest of your day. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Under pressure, no more time. Can we make a move? Overthinking, you and I. What do we have to lose? 'Cause I'm wasting all my time thinking of the things we could do. If you get